I'm here. I'm queer and I can't hear. I'm happy to see y'all. You're all looking pretty or handsome if you prefer, and I hope you're having a wonderful day.
Hi. Where's my Spotify? Let's turn that down. Hello, hi. I've missed you all so much. Oh, there's bread on my desk. Hi, Ellie. Hi. Cute butterfly. Hold on. Hold on one moment. I also need to put up my hair, but I'm not gonna worry about that. I also really need a cough. I am like slightly like sick. Hi. Let me fix my hair. Hello, hi, welcome. Lovely winner today. I believe I know who it is. It's Turnip. I haven't taken my vitamins yet. I will not lie. So I will get up and do that. Turnip, you are a good boy. Hello, woo. I love you all. But hi, Turnip. Hi, Goomber. Hi, Fire. Hi, Boyzudo. Hi, Doc. Hi. Oh, hi, Goomber. I am. Hi, Haunted. Hi, Kai. Hello. Hello, everybody. Oh, I do want to see the outfits. I saw Coco's outfit. Oh shit, fuck it up. Fuck it up, bro. This is cute as fuck. Wow, I looked extra tired there. Anyways, hello, hi, welcome. I'm gonna switch my headphones out too. But I miss you all. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on? Everything's going on. Which chat? Do you mean the Discord chat? Because we are having discussions and then we had a war and then we had an apology war. Because unfortunately, I will say, not even like the case of this time, but like anytime somebody apologizes, especially when it's not their fault, I feel like we all collectively get mad and we're like, whoa. Sunita, that's okay, Turnip. I missed you. Hold on. We're holding. Okay, there we go. Let me go back. I really want to play the Lappy song, which was the first song I had on today. I love Lappy so much. And the song was really a bop. I cut my nails. I'm gonna say sorry because I feel bad. It went on for so long. Hey! And that's okay. I honestly, Kai, I apologize all the time too. So like, I actually completely understand. But I'm still gonna fight you because you're my silly little bear. Oh my god, Kai, it's so funny because I can't, I mean, I can young man you, but I'm like, I can't young man you. You're a young bear. Young bear, get your ass over here. So it made me giggle when I said, young bear, get your act together. It's okay. Times I realize it. I got it from my mom, which is, instantly, I realized my dad never apologized for jack shit. Fair. I feel like a lot of us are like that. Different traumas for us all, but we all are very apologetic, which is completely fine. You know, I'll take that rather than people never apologizing here. It's just the fact that then it's like, no, wait, sweetie, you didn't need to say sorry. We need to say sorry. Apologize. Raynard says, I got the case of quiet. Damn, we all like that. We all like that here. Anyways, Fire, we are going to talk about TwitchCon. I need to show you guys all the goodies I got. I need to drink water. I am hydrating. I stole my mom's cup. She doesn't use it. It's from a pharmaceutical company. Where's my glasses? That's for these. Also, I just want to talk about the link that I posted yesterday. I don't know why that didn't work, but when I tried to open it up on my computer, it also didn't work. But every time I opened it up on my phone, it worked. But it doesn't matter. I have their card, so it really doesn't matter. I was just like, okay, we can vote. But then I was like, oh, it ends today. Oh, I should have found him earlier. Hi, Junior. Junior! Your friend was at TwitchCon. I forget what to call him because he always has to, like, call me this, or this, or this. I think it's... Rumeko. But he was there and I didn't realize he was there. There were so many people. Rum. I forget what to call him. Because he has so many options in his name and then I get choice paralysis. I didn't get to meet him. I didn't know he was there until the last day when I was leaving. Because there were so many people who like were there that I didn't run into. I ran into a couple streamers who I like. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. I ran into a couple streamers who I like. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, too scared to talk to. There's a couple streamers that I'm a coward, t that I didn't go talk to. Like I saw Swaggers and I saw Cryos, who those two are like my, like out of the people who I saw, oh, and Kraken, those three I would have loved to talk to. Truth be told, love Swagger Soul's bodyguard. He was a cutie. Fucking love him. He had a little chainmail tie. I think I saw him the last day when I was leaving too. You can call me Meko or Rum if you're nasty. So I call him Rum. Okay, so we call him Rum. Yeah, I didn't realize he was there. I had happened to check Twitch when I was leaving and I saw it. I was like, wait a minute. So I would have loved to meet him. But yeah, there was a lot of people who I didn't realize was there. If I saw you, I would be terrified to talk to you. I want you to know, Kai literally had the most prime, ample opportunity to say hi to Cryos. Love that guy. I was so locked into the crane game I was playing, and I looked and I was with a friend. I was like, oh, hey, this is a streamer I really like. And I literally just watched him walk more, and then disappear. I had all that time to go up. But I was like, no. There was some other YouTubers who I really would have loved to meet, but I didn't realize they were doing meet and greets. I didn't really look at a lot of stuff, so it's okay. Because I didn't know what events were happening. There was a Baby No Money concert, but I don't think it was like announced. But yeah, a lot of the meet and greets, I didn't know who was there, and I didn't really know how to figure it out. So that's my bad. I should just wait. Enter his chat with hello Rome, because I'm nasty, because you nasty, Junior. But yeah, he was there, and I was just like, oh my god, no fucking way. In the crane game until I love crane games so much. I learned how to play crane games. One, by myself because I love crane games, but two, Love and Deep Space has a crane game machine in the game, so it's super fucking stupid. You can go on like a date with the boys and you go on like crane games. Except I want to play the crane game. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. I want to play them. So I learned, but these crane games were so fucking hard. I was talking to one of the girlies at the GG Subs booth because it was for the GG Subs Cup. And she was like, I was telling them, like, you gotta make this easier, bro. This is so hard. And I'm like, it's so freaking hard. Except my friend won a cup because they were there earlier. They were exhibitor because they were working at a booth. They watched the crane game itself win it by itself. The meet and greets were scheduled. Such a weird fucking... Interesting. Okay, so it wasn't just me. There was a lot of things that I have been, like... looking at now after TwitchCon and reading up about that. I was like, okay, so that wasn't just me, which is nice. Imagine being famous, not being able to talk to an equally famous person. Want to meet you? I met Nikki. That's my claim to fame. You're so real for that. I'm so scared of meeting these people, mainly because I don't know how to talk. I am very like awkward with talking, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to say to him. For Cryos, I would actually have a lot to say to him. I fucking love that man's fashion and art. That bro's fucking it up. I love him. Kraken, I just love that guy. I love Kraken. I need to meet Charborg though, so I can tell him Jordy has a boy crush on him. That's my goal now. Fox Girl Ware, oh, don't you worry. We will be getting to her. We are playing Silent Hill F today. We are going to finish that. If we have extra time, we're going to be playing Dying Light the Beast. I'm not going to try to push myself too much today. I can hear it in my voice that I am tired. I haven't even had my coffee today. I've had to keep a couple sips of it, but like sitting right there. I have my water, so I have all that. But yes, I will do rolls in a second as well. We're collecting them now. Doc has boxes to send things. Yeah, and he keeps on buying more stuff, Kai. He keeps buying more stuff. Because he doesn't send out the box, so the box is just going to get bigger. For you. I know he has stuff for me too, and I'm scared. Come pick me up, I'm scared. That was me. The end of the meet and greet was that if someone had canceled theirs, another person's meet and greet would be... Can too? Like... Paired meet and greets. Interesting. That's weird. I mean, there was, like... Talking a little bit about the situations at TwitchCon, there was other situations too, like Chibi. I didn't know Chibi Doki was there. I would have loved to meet her, but Chibi's got cut like short or something because the staff there was like, she's sick. And it's like, she didn't tell anybody that she was sick. Like she wasn't. So it was also weird, and so that gave a lot of issues too. But Bill Murray, fuck yeah. Also, hi Ryu, how are you? I've heard this one. Gigolo, I've heard. It's like, Baby No Money has a new album, so I'm going through it right now. Nice to have people talk to me like that. So true. I would love to have somebody like come up to me and be like, "Oh my god, I love your streams." This column is very little bit wonky, but yeah. Terrified? Don't worry, Kai. We give you smoochies. I almost thought I forgot your birthday, and I looked at the date. Not right now, but like yesterday, I was like, "Oh my god, did I miss it?" I was like, "I haven't missed it yet." Gillian, I got pictures for I cried. Oh, you're so real for that. You're so real for crying. That would be me too. Reminds me of a time I met a YouTuber IRL. It was so awkward. I asked him about it because his YouTube name was like, if translated to English, would be something like useless clown. Okay. It's like, how the fuck dare ask you insert name? You so real for that? That's like some of like, especially like in the cases of meet and greets where it's like you line up and you talk to them. I feel like that's better. It's like, okay, it's meet and greet, and like I don't really have to say too much, but like when I stop them, I don't know what am I supposed to say? I don't want to just stop them and just say hi. Like, yeah, I would like to take a picture, but I also don't give a shit about taking a picture. So I don't know what to do. I did stop. I don't think I really like this song. This is Eastlake Love. There was one Minecraft streamer who I did stop because I met her on TikTok when it was very popular of like trying to find other girl gamers and whatnot, and so that's how I stumbled upon her stuff back then, and I met her through that. It's been years now since that, because that was like during COVID time. I stopped her and she was the sweetest thing ever. Unfortunately, she took the selfie on her phone. I don't know why. It was just happening so fast. She was like, yeah, okay. We took selfie on her phone. So she has the selfie. She does have my username and whatnot, but she has selfie. I'm like, oh, but she's a sweetie. That was Maggie Bite. I love her. She's grown so much. But she is a Minecraft YouTuber, but she has such a great fashion sense. I love her. Yeah, and down the side. Can you imagine if he's not the same person, just look alike, and I end up asking a random person, "Are you a useless human?" That's so fucking funny, Goomber. That would be so funny, because that's a long shot. Is that a wedding too? Oh my god, no. Yeah, I would just give up and be like, nope, not gonna. Should I prove I met Bill Murray because I can't get the photo? I asked him, but since we were at a fair, he said no. Oh, real as hell. Hey, I believe you. Meeting and greeting you now? Am I doing this right? What am I meant to do with my hands? I hope my meeting and my greeting is to your liking. I know it's not your birthday. I'll just get every spot. Literally me. No. Okay. So I have come home. I'll probably have some GG subs later. I have come home with 3 new GG subs flavors. I ended up talking to one of my favorite mans at the booth. I just don't know his name, but I love him. I saw him at ALA. He was in a maid outfit.
Hey everyone. Just a quick reminder, tomorrow is Key's birthday.
Why, yes. Excuse me, Leon S. Kennedy. Oh, the microphone has fallen. I want you guys to know. I caught it. I didn't really catch it. It was just up against me. Oh no, it's going flaccid, everybody. Okay, so I came home with 3 flavors. Because I bought 2 flavors the first day because I was like, okay, I want to get some flavors. And I was honestly slightly scared they would run out of certain stuff. So I finally got BBL. And then I got Special's Antidote. So I got the Antidote one. This is a limeade. I panic bought this. I can't interact even with the booth people. Okay, I'm just a very nervous person and I can't interact with stuff. I'm literally going to make a tweet and call out GG subs because the first day I panic grabbed that, and then I was panic talking to the guy in a sense of like, if I pay with card, where do I need to go? And then he said to anybody with the iPad, I was like, oh, I see an iPad. I'm like, I fucking ran. I DM'd you? Okay, thank you. I will look at it right meow. No, I love you, my friend. My voice is fucking going. Have to tell me how that flavor is. Okay, so BBL. Oh my god. BBL is actually really good. I tasted it while I was there. So BBL. My friend did turn around and ask me, "Oh, do you want a BBL?" It wasn't me. He turned around and thought I was right there, and so asked the random person, And then he realized, oh shit, you're not my friend. So that's quite funny. So BBL is good. I have tasted that. This one I have not. I panic bought it, but when I was talking to my favorite maid man there, bearded maid man, it's a limeade, and he recommended it. So I was like, okay, cool. I got that. But then I went back the last day because I was like, okay, I asked him his recommendations. I was like, okay, I'll come back tomorrow to buy some. Taste the Brazilian butt lift? Fuck yeah, I did. I think I might have that today. If you're more hyped than me over my birthday, and that's okay, Kai. That's why we're here. We're your little hype man. But I asked him his flavor, and so I went back. And I was in between Goof Juice and Chug Juice. I really was in between. I didn't know which one I wanted to get. I was kind of looking. And then I was also kind of waiting for the lady next to me because I'd yapped to her to check out the guy next to me. $1 billion this year? Hell yeah, Junior. So proud of you. But, liar. I ended up getting Goof Juice. But what had happened is one of the other workers came up and asked me if you need any help. Because he was like, you look like you're really deciding. Because I was like just jamming out to the music, staring at the options. And I was like, yeah, I am. And I was telling him about how I lived off this during summer because late night show, I needed energy and whatnot. So you have to do him a little bit. And then he left. And then I still was there. He left, went back to the other side. It's been a minute or two, came back, and I was still there. And he literally said, can I help you or something? Because you look like you're in pain trying to decide. I was like, no, you said, because they had a deal. It was 3 for $80. So these are only $35 when you buy them at the booth at the con. And they were doing like $5, I think it was like $5 or $10 off if you buy 3, basically. And I was like, dude, it was a good deal. And so now I was in choice paralysis of like, there are 3 flavors I could get, but I had already bought 2. So I was like, do I get more? He literally said, you look like you're in pain. Like, do you need help? I was like, I don't know what to pick now, sir. I was in choice paralysis. Also, I don't interact with people, and I feel like I look like a 12-year-old boy, as my friend leader was saying all weekend. And as you guys say, like, I am in fact hot. My outfit this day was very slay. So I don't interact with people, and even all the boost people are always so pretty. I love them. They're the cutest people ever. But I can't interact, so then I get even more nervous, and I'm just like, I'll make decision syndrome. Yeah. Man gave me a really good proposition of like, because he even said, it was like, I know you already bought 2, but there is this deal. And it is a good deal. It is a really good deal. I just don't think I needed to come home with more than 3. But then B said, I need to get some. I was like, fuck it, B. You should have told me. She was going through all the voice memos. But yeah, after he said that, I will not lie, she finished checking out with the person next to me, and I just scooted over, bought it, and I zoomed. I fucking got out there so fucking hella fast. Sarah, help? Well, yes. What do you need help with? Man, proposition, you kinky? Shout out to them. Anyways, I also got a free cup. So we love that. So I got another GG subs, but it's a San Diego 2025. It's a lot more risque than the other one that I have. Free cup, yes, it was from the Crane game, except we couldn't win it, so my friend went up and asked the guy, like, hey, I ain't got no money. My friends have been really trying to win this. He would always try to rizz up of like my cute friend. Discord. Discord. Not Discord. I'm sorry. But wait, Discord? What's happening in Discord? A beta rabbit. Oh. I see the boxes. Of course you get the bigger box, Kai. It's your birthday. I don't even know why. I know Doc's been buying trinkets. It's your birthday. It's a special little treat for your birthday, okay? George Lopez song. Yeah, fuck yeah, it is. This is check. I love Baby No Money. But yeah, so that's my GG subs story. I'm very mortified by it. The fact that he did come back. It was so fucking funny. But it's the fact he did come back. It's like, you look like you're in pain. Can I help you? I'm like, I don't know what to do. You gave me a good deal. So I could, but I know I shouldn't. But I kind of want to. I also didn't know what flavor I wanted to go with. Because I remember them, but I couldn't remember them. Don't deserve it? Why, yes you do. Because you're a good friend. Here, Kai, can I distract you with little kitty? Do you guys want to see all the stuff I got? I did get Balatro cards. They're stickers. So me and my friends are going to split these. I don't know which one I want. I think I might keep the really nice ones. Because they're really nice. And give them the basic cards. Because I paid for them. Hi, leader. How wow. Oh, Kai, I have stuff to show you. That's business card for that. That's my friend's stuff. That's Kitty. Okay, there we go. There they are. Feel like the decision traveling thing? Yeah, Ryu. I was so fucking funny. But like, I was genuinely struggling. He gave me a good... Did you get my text? I did. I haven't responded to everybody. I have 20 text. So connection shit. I have 20 text messages. Did you send more or was it from... Okay, no. Damn, what the fuck? I just got the other one. I will respond to them later. I do have 20 text messages, though. I did not respond to anybody yesterday. Connection here is fine. Connection out here. The connection out there is shitty. Have safe travel home. Spot the stickers, but y'all can't see them till later. I was about, you want stickers? This is going to be like last time talk when you sent stickers and then you said that and I panic looked for them. My little bear. Yeah, look, I got myself a side duck. I think you'll look cute. And I got myself a sprigaguito. And then I have a one up of the sprigaguito. I got this sprigaguito. Hold on. Let me take him out of his packaging. Pop top big. Oh, you! I got this sprigaguito. This silly little guy. So I love him. I don't know which one's gonna go on the water bottle, but I love him. This chick did the Balatro cards too. Okay, the sticker's not ripped. Hell yeah. Yeah, we got, yeah. Sprigaguito. They did the Balatro cards. They're really cute. Their booth was really cute. These are all promotional stuff. That's that. Don't fuck with that. I did get, the gal who did these two. I also got an Oshawott from her. She did all of the starters. She was so sweet. So she gave me a free sticker as well. This goes with that. I'll put that. But here we go. Here we go. Here you go. We got another side duck. He's so cute. And then I got a peeker. So I think I'm going to try to put him on my car. But I have a side duck. I need to wash my car before I even think about doing that. But I have a side duck. He's so cute. I love him so much. That's a discount thing for Elgato. But these are my favorite sticker. I bought 2 sticker sheets. And they're of people's cats. So I have this one. It's literally just straight up pictures of his cats. I loved it. And then this is Munji. And so Munji has their own like little stickers. This one is on the shirt down here and it says crimes. It's so funny. Munji seems so cute. So yeah, I had to buy those. What a duck peeker on my car right now. It's not side duck though. Hey, we still love it. We do love ducks. I also have free stickers that I got from Guillotine and then Frack Punk. Those were all the stickers. I bought a lot of fucking stickers. I will not lie. Like that is the main thing that I bought this convention. I don't know why. I didn't buy any more charms, but I bought a shit ton of fucking stickers, bro. Oh my god. Also, never texted Sarah? You have never responded to my text message. I say as I've never texted Sarah a day in my life. It's okay, Junior. I would respond to your messages. Eventually. It's Quiet's favorite Pokemon too? Oh my god, wait, is it really? Great taste. Great taste Quiet has. Let me drink my coffee. Go do crimes, as it should be. As it should be. Be gay, do crimes. Okay, let's fix this. I have a whole shit ton of stuff that's on the floor here that's from the convention. I think I'm just gonna show you the Sims things. I don't think I'm gonna show you the other stuff. But I did buy this mug. This was the last like purchase I made. Instead of buying a mouse, I bought a mug. And it is the sanity pills from Phasmophobia because they had a booth and they were very cutesy and very demure. I love them very much. Yeah, it's really cute because I love the yellow on the inside. So my sanity pills. So we'll be playing Phasmo again soon because I do want to see a little bit of the event. And also, I don't know, I miss it. I need to cut my bangs, I think. I did get free things from The Sims. I got a lot of free things at this convention. I really want to look at this. I got a shirt, socks, and a bag from The Sims. The Sims bag's actually really nice. So let's look at this together because I didn't open them. So we don't know what type of quality. These are nice socks. Yeah, it says Simit and C. It has a little diamond, but a little socks. These are nice socks. These are nice socks. Oh, fucking block me. Hi, guy. How are you? Look at how to make 2 from it. Heart package. Ooh. I did get this shirt. I got it in a medium because I really wanted this one. Because it has a little bunny. It has a little guy. It has the same thing. Sim it and seen it. It's so cute. The back is super cute. It's actually a very nice quality shirt. It is going to be huge on me. Historic what? No! Okay, we're just going to take this all, throw this in here. It's a really cute shirt. The Sim stuff was really cute. Both hit the trenches at the same time today. Oh my god, what time do you guys have work? No. I have a shit ton of free stuff. The Sims. I have it somewhere down there, but I got a Resident Evil pin, and that is my favorite one. Because it's Resident Evil Requiem, because we did the little haunted house. It's very cutesy. I did record a little bit. I ended up not vlogging, really, which is completely fine. That brings to another issue of the con, but I was sending voice memos the entire time to B. It was so funny. She got basically a mini vlog in voice memos. Send was sending stuff across the pond. Then I have to look up how to make it to and from part of a package. That's real as hell. You gotta make sure it lasts. Okay. So, who wants the con review? I gave my friend the con reviews last night. Hit that 1800. He's so handsome. He's my hero. I love 1-800. Sims Goose? Frick yeah. Dun 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 dun. Drama about the con? Yes, of course. Which I did always figure there would always be drama. Because even when I go to like AX, there's always drama. So there's always bound to be a little bit drama. Oh my god. Sorry, I gave the goose kind of a small beak. There we go. He has a little diamond on his head. Ehehe. Afcaphone. Afcaphone? Oh, Afcaphone. So hit us with that review. Yeah, I hope she's doing well. Like, I really hope she's doing well. She is so sweet. Like, no. I saw some other streamers in passing. But, like, a lot of the girlies like that, even some other girlies dealing with other stuff that had happened, I'll talk about. I'm just like, they're so sweet. Like, what the fuck is going on? I think the biggest thing, and I was telling it to B, and I didn't quite know how to word it. And eventually, when I was reading a lot of the tweets yesterday, I was like, okay, no, it wasn't just me. Because the vibes there felt very fake. And I couldn't quite put why it felt fake, but it felt very fake. Like, not, like... With you guys here, it's very much of a community. And even when I go to other gamers like pages and whatnot, it's very much like a community. And it's like, okay, yeah, we're here for like, we all kind of like the same thing, or we're all just like, here it's very like, we're silly little guys type energy. So it's quite nice. It's lovely. But when I went there, it felt very fake. But because there were so many IRL streamers, which isn't bad, but a lot of them end up, I was talking to Jordy about it last night, a lot of it ended up just feeling more like reality TV show. Like you're just in their life. But also the IRL streamers were really fucking rude. Not all of them. Some of them completely fine. There's one girl who I think I kind of knew. She's sweet. So it's like some IRL streamers, completely fine. Nothing wrong with them. But there was a lot of them, the younger kids or other like certain groups that are just like literally not naming any of them. Just like literally there'd be pods of groups of them. Of either all of the IRL streamers or the IRL streamers with their cameraman. But they would stop and cause a lot of shit. And I'm just like, I don't like it. Right after that, I would have gone home. Yeah. That's like Chibidoki had stuff happen. There's another person who... We still have the issue of people getting drugged at the con, which is fucked up, and the fact that that's still happening. So, yeah. Like, everyone is putting on a mask for the public. Yeah. And that's, like, even, like, people I was being... Not necessarily introduced to, but other, like, people I'd end up meeting. There was one guy at the end that I met when I went to go say bye to Leader. I liked him. He felt real. Because he was awkward as shit. I'm like, no, yeah, see, that adds up. These are awkward as shit people here. So, like, I don't know. It just was so, like, fake. Like, it was very much of the putting on a mask, looking good for the public. Where it's like, oh, I know you guys, not necessarily evil, but I'm like, I know I don't vibe with you guys. Or rude. Fuck it up. Why are you walking like that? Why are you strutting on us, Kai? Like 2 seconds before, oh, you both have early work today. Hi, Car. I hope you well. I love you very much. I give you... Did I miss rolls? We have not done rolls yet, Car. I almost said Car. It's because Car's here. We have not done rolls yet, Turnip. I will be doing them in a second. So you did not miss them. I bet that still doesn't fucking work. My view counter on my iPad never fucking works. So that's fucking crazy. I hate early work. Dude, I have a 6 a.m. shift coming up. Luckily not this coming weekend, but the weekend after that. Oh, which reminds me, I have a 6 a.m. shift on Halloween. So I'm back home by like 3 o'clock-ish. So I think I'm going to do a late night stream on Halloween. And I don't know what I'm going to dress up as. I have some options, so we'll see. We will slay no matter what. But we'll play some horror games. So that's quite exciting. Except also I have a 6 a.m. shift that day. I gotta wake up at 4 a.m. Oh my god. Yeah, I want to be on a call until 3 a.m. with quiet. So real. It was a hype train email. Oh, fuck it up. Okay. 2 a.m. stream. Hell yeah. I wanted this sleep schedule. No sleep schedule here. Oh, it's quiet.
Is that a Sarai? Hi, Sarah.
It is. Hi. Thank you for... What is it? 8 months. Thank you. Also, Car, have a good day at work. As well as tell Gar, have a good day at work. Ooh, ew. Your closing shift? That's what I was hoping I wasn't going to get. And I got a 6 a.m. shift, which is pain, but also I'll take it. Sarah. I know, it said my name funny. Posted a meme specifically for Nikki and Disco, but you know, everyone can have it. That's real. Oh, shit, turn up. Turn up in my DMs. Turnip, you don't need to get it. That is literally coded for Nikki. That is a meme such coded for Nikki. I should have put dry shampoo in my hair. Can't email from Gmail to the company. Customers can't contact us or vice versa. So fun. Oh my god, what the freak. The freak. So sorry, Turnip. I knew who they were. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, that is so Nikki coded. Hi, Games. Hi, how are you? Yeah, technically they are all snake, which does make it funny because then it could just be, hold on, let me go back to it. Okay, she snake on my snake till I snake. which I think also prime content. Mwah. Snake on my snake till I snake. Oh my god, I saw some drag queens at TwitchCon. Oh my god, they were fucking gorgeous. Oh my god, their fucking outfits. Like, let alone their hair and makeup. Fucking on point sling. The fucking fits. One of them was at the Capcom booth. I saw them walk in, and then they were streaming at the Capcom booth. I think it was the Onimusha game they were streaming. Oh my god. Bright pink dress. Fucking on point. Dude. Some of those drag queens were so pretty. I was just like, she's a silly little guy. Apparently my fit on Saturday. I'm gonna do a little collage book and post those photos later. But yo, the fucking slayed with those fits. I don't even know who they were. You wanna feel like, oh, you guys are so cute. Quiet, how are you? How has life been since I've been gone? Are you winning song? Well, yes, I am. Nikki, go to the Discord into the memes. There's a meme there for you. It's literally for you. If you could buy bits like gift cards and use it for TwitchCon, oh, that would have been interesting. That would be too much thinking. Twitch, at least with some things, not all aspects.
If you guys have a Prime, slap that Prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today. And slap that Prime on the fucking table right now.
Hell yeah. I do have my final thoughts and concerns about TwitchCon, but I'll say it in a second. TwitchCon at some points feels like how it is to work for Disneyland, where it's like, that's way too much thinking, and that's too smart to be thinking like that, and they just don't do that. That's what it feels like something here. Because I've been keeping an eye on it, and I've been watching it. I need to check my backstage. I haven't, because I was gone all weekend. Nothing before Life is Life? On a 2 week of nothing before new job? Okay. Jack the Ripper on till I meow weirdly. Hell yeah. That Farik was I gonna say? I should stop reading. Also, I haven't done dice rolls yet. I will do that in a second. Call right meow. Don't cry. We just love you very much. What was I gonna say? Let's just go start streaming on YouTube. Fuck it up. I don't know how to stream on TikTok. I do know how to stream on TikTok, but like, I don't get that. Oh, I am experimenting with the TikToks. I haven't edited a new one. I have it like in the works, like editing, but because the first one did well, and I went back and checked because I've been also uploading it to YouTube as well. The second one did well on YouTube as well, but the second one on TikTok specifically didn't do well and only got pushed out to 19 people. So I'm so curious. And I was telling B through voice memos during this weekend, I'm so tempted to delete it and then re-upload it manually and see what happens. See if it goes out, it gets pushed out again. Because it has a weird system of pushing out like content. So it's very interesting. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I do remember. But so yeah, I'm experimenting. So if you see that TikTok get posted again on TikTok specifically, it's because I'm experimenting and seeing what happens with it, because I'm trying to figure it out for working with that. But I am editing another one, so I'll have that posted soon. I couldn't think of one of Ocelot's. I love Ocelot so much. He's my favorite. The other thing I was saying, she snake on my solid till liquid Ocelot. Nikki, I do like the meme that was posted, but I like the concept of it just, she snake on my snake until I snake. I like that thought. Oh, she snake on my snake till I snake. Anyways, the other thing I've been watching is because even now watching Who's Lurking and whatnot here, watching the view count go up and down because they stopped counting lurkers as much. Yeah, sorry. I was like locked in. I was like, let me actually do the count. But because Twitch has stopped counting lurkers, so like if you lurk, no, hey, if you're gonna lurk, fucking do it. I don't give a shit. That's That's no problem because I am too a lurker, but they have stopped counting lurkers as much as the view counts. So I've been watching the view count. Lurkers are people too. Like sometimes I lurk in streams because I want it up so I can work at the same time. But yeah, because I've been watching the view count go up and down here as I see like people like go back into work mode or whatnot. Hi Steve, how are you? Not a person? Yes, you are. The last one isn't snake though. You're right, but I still like the thought that it could be snake on my snake till last snake. So damn weird. Yes, it is. Just like Kingdom Hearts. So fucking weird. I've been getting a lot of calls and I don't like that. My number's in like the spam phone book now. So often, like I'm gonna lurk when the game comes up because it's not for me. But like, I mean, yeah. But so like, that's crazy to me because like for you, Kai, one, especially with this game, this game's been very interesting about like the, subliminal messages because like it's very subliminal right now besides like with some of the monsters, but like for you, like you're gonna learn you're still here, not a person you're bad. Oh, my bitchy. My bitchy, my bear, young bear. But like for you, okay, you're still here, you're still like watching, but you're not watching, more or less listening, so you lurk. But the fact that it then won't count you because you're just not here, it's crazy because I'm like, no, that used to still be count because you're just lurking here. I type every so often when we do Resident Evil. Oh, you're so real as hell for that. That's so cute. So far this seems a lot to be about arranged marriage and the role of a woman, really. A lot of it seems like arranged marriage, and like to give a description, her parents, I believe, were an arranged marriage, but her dad is a piece of shit and her mother just sits there and just does what he says type thing. No more lurk? Wait, yeah, lurkers aren't being counted as view count, number count anymore. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because I'm built upon a lot of lurkers, because I've joked about it so much, and it's so funny to me, because really, like, when I put on the game, it feels like very much everybody grabs their, like, cup, and they, like, sit back, and they're like, okay, we're gonna watch, because then everybody does their thing, and they're sitting there watching, and they don't talk as much. Here, that's what happens. Like, we talk for, like, the hour, we're all yapping, and then I put on the game, and we're like, okay, time to cozy up, and we're all gonna watch. That's what it feels like. But yeah, so all my little lurkers, when I do that, they just don't count. And I'm like, what do you mean they don't count? They're my little guys sitting here watching me play. You guys are sitting behind me with your little cup of soup, cup of tea, whatever you want, sitting there watching. Mad at Sarah? I will just lurk. Just fuck you. I'm gonna lurk so you don't get a view count. I watch. Yeah, you're at work. Hey, but you still talk. So I can quack every 30 minutes. That's going to be a requirement here. Just like, hey guys, if you could just like quack and chat every 30 minutes. Thanks. Lurk, I'm still listening. Exactly. Because that's the thing with me when I lurk for other people as well. I need to put this down really quick. When I lurk for other people, it's like I'm actively like watching. I just can't talk because I'm either doing other stuff or I just sometimes playing other games, working on stuff, or I just want to watch. Like, I'm not there to like yap. I'm not there to yap. Whoa, my head. So it's a weird move because I'm like, fuck yeah, slap that prime.
Like hi. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Big lurker. I'm a big, yeah, me too. Me too, Junior. I need to move the mic slightly away. I'm too loud sometimes. So yeah, it's a very weird move they did, which makes me want to focus more on YouTube, which is like the final point of TwitchCon. TwitchCon has very much made me realize more. It's like, hey, I think I'm going to start focusing on actually making content videos now rather than just streaming. Doesn't mean I'm going to stop being here because I like being live and doing stuff. I just might focus a little bit more time in making better videos and playing bigger games for videos rather than here. So yeah, time I lurk is when I'm outside. The stairs windows. I mean, yeah, totally. Yeah, oh my god. Like to chat a lot in some. And lurk. I wonder if Twitch trying to nullify the bot situation. I think so, which also sucks because it's like that's like I don't know. They're trying to like fix an issue, but they're making it worse by now adding more things on top. Where it's like lurkers were such a big point of stream. So it's like, what? Leaving us forever? I'm never leaving you guys. But I think I might work on more like video because I actually really like editing. Oh my god, I really like editing. Like once I figured out how to do stuff, and I'm like, okay, I need to figure out how to edit like longer videos. So that's gonna be the next step. Get burnt out on chatting all the time since I'm pretty introverted. Oh my god, like so I'm an ambivert. Honestly, like very extroverted at times. Because I do theater, I am actor, I like yapping, but I'm very introverted. At work, if I'm there for the first time, very introverted until you get to know me, like how Shaylin knows me, so I'm very extroverted to her and will talk to her a lot. Same with a couple other of my performer friends, like very extroverted. They got to hear me make, like, when I'm just like struggling to like pull up zippers or fix stuff, I'm just like making little wonking noises of like whatnot. But I'm very introverted. So like for me, too, Kai, especially when I'm going into big streamers chats, I'm too scared to talk in there. There's one who I really want to talk to and really want to chat in his chat, but I'm too scared to. I'm too introverted for that shit. Talk a lot? Yeah. Also, sometimes you're at work. Well, I should say sometimes. I mean, most of the time you're at work. Yeah, unless it's your jingle jingle. If I played Metal Gear, you would talk a lot, Nikki. Did the feeling you got at TwitchCon, people are wanting to move on. So the feeling, I talked about it a little bit earlier, Steve, the feeling I got from TwitchCon was very fake. And it's not at the streamers I watch or that, but it was the large amount of IRL streamers, which is fine. But it very much felt very fake energy where I'm like, I don't like it here. And so I'm like, okay, if I want to actually do stuff like this, I think I want to just make silly little YouTube videos and stream. But yeah, it was very fake energy. Being leeches and certain... Oh, they're so fucking annoying. I like a good IRL streamer because sometimes I like it. Like Sea Dog, when he does his IRL streams of like traveling across, doing the bike stuff. I think that's really cool. I like that. Sometimes I like the IRL streams in the sense of the cooking streams. Those are really fun. But sometimes the IRL streamers that are just like IRL and I'm walking around, I really don't like those. But that's all that TwitchCon was. And it felt very much more catered to that. Not even Minecraft. Not even like the young, like catered to only young people. It was catered to IRL. And I didn't like that. You can pick it up right away, or at least I can't. No, I get, that's what it felt like there. And even talking to some people, I'm like, oh, you guys aren't the people who I get along with or even watch on like YouTube, like not even streamers. Pretty active chat. I feel like I'm butting in on their combos and I don't chat. Kai, me too, bitch. I get you on that fully, Kai. But yeah, Steve, it felt very fake, and it's the fact of like somebody said it here earlier, but like putting on a mask. It felt very much like putting on a show, like they're still in their show character, where I'm like, hey, I just wanted to actually meet the people who I genuinely like to watch because they're a genuine person. So it's very interesting. Girl, did you see the Jollibee? Yes, I did see the Jollibee. Did you see the Gap and is it 5 Gum? I think it was 5 Gum. Also, I'm going to do rolls in a second. Jollibee. Jesus. I didn't tip. Jollibee. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I accidentally typed in Gap. I was like, that's the wrong one. I'm thinking about all the collabs. Jollibee. Yeah, because they had their promo photo for Jollibee a while ago. It's so cute, though. Man, I love it. Genuine. I'm glad I am genuine because really, I like... That's all I want. You're a good actor, so you can be faking it. Nah, bro. My good portion of me acting here is just having high energy, because I do have high energy, but a lot of the times when I play games, like I just sit in silence. And that's sometimes when I just want to put on what did it? Wait, hold on. What is it? I don't know. That's crazy. I'm sorry. We're gonna hold this. It's gone now. I think Turtle got rid of it. Somebody with a new chat was just said something along the line of like, yeah, it's so genuine. I hate to ask it, but could you show us a glimpse of your feet for a little dopamine? I just got asked to show feet. Nope, you did. Thinking that was so fucking funny. I was in shock. So all love and respect. No, I mean, you said it politely and whatnot. That caught me so off guard. We don't do that here and whatnot. So absolutely not. It was really funny, the little dopamine. That will be a little warning for you. No, none of that here. Welcome in, Tamir. Welcome. Absolutely none of that here. You did ask politely. I will not lie, you did. So you will get the little warning. It got auto-modded anyways, and we got rid of it. That was interesting. That was an interesting auto-mod, because it was for smart detection. But hi, yes, welcome. What a way to... I was kidding. I was like, what a way to come in. It was the... for a little dopamine, please. Blocked and not to show their feet. That was so fucking funny. It was just the... for a little dopamine. Damn, Junior, you're gonna do me like that? It's insane to drop first. That is insane. At least take me to dinner first. God, you're so right. Well, we don't sell. Hey, we don't. Well, I mean, I don't. If you want to sell your feet, Doc, you go for it, buddy. You get some money. You get some bread. Oh my god. But Steve, no, you're right. I am very genuine because I just want to have fun. My whole thing about streaming is I just want to be with people and hang out with people and make connections with people, because I used to play games alone by myself because I had no friends. So I just want to be there for other people. I just want to be... I was talking to one other streamer who I met through Leader. She was actually so sweet. They were from Canada, but she just wanted to like entertain people, like make people laugh. Like that's what she cared about. And she was bringing back a whole bunch of stuff to do giveaways for her stream. And I was like, I like you, because that's the same thing for me. I just want to be here for people so that you guys are not alone. Thing a lot of respect should be able to buy. Hey, I mean, you should be able to buy a glimpse, but it ain't not doing that here. I'm about to go grab a pair of socks and put them on my feet. Banishment, no video. Fucking wild as hell, bro. But welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Oh, sorry, I lost the dice. I will be doing dice rolls now in a second, because I realized I need to do those. I've had my dice in front of me the whole time. I'm so sad that I didn't do a dice roll while I was at TwitchCon, but I was so overwhelmed. Suck, nice. No, not the fucking emo with that. Should make you guys a feet emo. No, you guys aren't freaks. You guys aren't that type of freak. You guys are freaks. What song am I on? Finally up. Oh, we went through Baby Nose Bunny's whole album. I do want this song again. This song actually was really nice. I really like Lappy's, me was that, damn. Oh my god, take me to dinner first, Nikki. Whore, but I'm not that type of I may be a whore, but I'm not that type of whore. May not know my flowers, but I know a bitch when I see one. Know me? I could be a freak. Junior, I don't think you're a little freak. But you are a freak. Sister, a few of her friends. I mean, Sister's like, I have nice feet. I could probably actually do it. Do you think I have nice feet or not nice? I mean, I won't lie. Bro, there's freaks out there that will take the nasty feet. So, like, somebody will buy your feet pictures. Somebody would. You know what type of freak I am? Well, you're a freak. Freak? Coming from a freak? You're a freak. Girl streamer topic came up. Interesting. I have a friend who is on TikTok and makes a lot of money off old men, and they were concerned about her. Oh, that's real. Honestly, because, like, one, get that bread, girly. But two, it is still very concerning. It's like, okay, are you being safe about stuff? Because, like, that's same with like TwitchCon stuff. Like you get a lot of people weird on the internet, and the parasocial like part of everybody really, I think, has grown a lot, and a lot of people are a lot more parasocial now. So it is very concerning, and it's good to bring that up and be concerned about her. Is stream super buffering? Is it's just me? Hey, so I won't lie. All I've been doing is sitting here, but we dropped 3,000 frames. So I think my internet dipped for a second. It was probably the OS issue. AWS. What's AWS? Well, let's learn things. Hold on. How far behind am I? We dropped 3,000 frames. Fine. Bitrate keep dropping. Bitwang. Sorry, I was reading. Okay. For anybody, if it's lagging, what is that cloud service? Okay, thank you, Joel. Also, hi, Joel. Yeah, my bitrate died. It's fine now, so we're fine now. All damn day. So yeah, if you are like behind on the stream, if you refresh, it should put you back in a new spot in the same in like the future. You guys are in the past with some drop frames. I don't know why it dropped. I do see my bitrate moving, but I didn't catch it when it dropped. Okay, so it's not just me. Killing the office, damn, that sucks. If we have major issues today, we'll just take it easy. The goal is to finish the game, and that's it. If we have extra time to play Dying Light, we'll do that. If not, it is a-okay. Let me do some rolls. Turnip, you're first. That checks out. You got a 15 because we are here, but you have an 8 and 7 because you are very low today, and that is completely issue. Having issues at campus too. Okay, so it's not like it's just my internet thing. Like it's everybody's internet thing. Roll. Next up is Junior. Okay, you got a 10, 18, and 17. You're very hyped for your move, so I hope the move goes well. When are you moving again, Junior? Junior, you're going so far away. Kai? 13, 11, and a 2. You're doing amazing, sweetie. It's okay. We'll never joke about it again, and if they joke about it again, I will chomp them. Ryu got a 15, 7, and a 7, so you're doing good. No matter what, you're still doing good. You're keeping in a balance. Doc? 19. What the frick are you? 14 and 14. You're doing good. You're healed because I'm here. We are all here. You are now healed. We did that. Okay. Now is she dicky? Transparent? Am I that transparent? No, I just know you well enough. Roll for. You're so right. Let me do these. Okay, Nikki. 11, 12, and 8. You're tired. You're tired, Nikki, but you're doing good. Like, you're doing good. You're just tired. Quiet. 14, 13, and 13. You're doing good. You need to have a Pepsi Max maximum taste, 0 sugar, though. I think you knew that. You know me too well. I think I just know everybody so well. I just lock into everybody. Pepsi Max. Hey, no, Nikki, you got to say the whole thing. Pepsi Max, maximum taste, 0 sugar. You got to, if you say it, you got to say the whole thing. Let's see, Steve. 331. Steve, what the fuck's up? The freak is up. Is it because my internet dropped for a second? How accurate this roll will be? 331. Are you very low? What has happened? How was your weekend? Did you not get a chocolate chip cookie? That's about right. Damn, it knows. Let's roll for the for the part. Oh, it's fucking lying to me. Actually, no. 10, 12, 7. It says that the internet is okay, but it's dipping a little bit because it's a 7. But it's trying to keep its shit together. It's trying to keep its shit together. It's on the brink of falling. Taint a new Pokemon game. Okay. Also, hi, child. How are you? things aren't great, it'd be that way. Well, I hope we can keep you some company today here, Steve, and make you some hee-hee-ha-has as we turn into a fox girl. Most literally, we have a fox arm. We got beat the shit up. I did see one of the final bosses that we have to fight because I was looking at information about it. I did also find a lot of funny artwork about Silent Hill F, so there's that. I read 2 messages in one. High school, ma. I'm gonna call you child now. No, I'll call you school. No, child. Hi. What was my role? You had 2 14s. So you were doing good. Yeah. I'm shiny hunting for my B. Fuck yeah, I hope you get the B. If you get the B, then you're turning into a nat 20, okay? Child school, ma. I mean, not wrong. It's child. It's all my business cards. Oh, yeah. So the thing I was trying to, I'm very intrigued. There was a treat bot, but we were voting for which, Twitch connected treat dispenser. Yeah. So it's a treat dispenser. It's called Treatbot. They had us voting. I don't know who won, so I should probably check on that. But they were voting for cats or dogs, and it was very much tied. The guy found me again. He was like, "Thank you for voting." It was so funny. I have it, my badge on the other side. That's the Resident Evil little lanyard badge I got from him. Calming down. But I have a sticker on there that said I voted, and it has a cat on it. Very cute, very demure. I want it so badly. You do need the shiny bee. It's a demanded. Look at the shiny alpha bee, but that's too much. One day you'll get it. One day you'll get that one. The new Pokemon game is really fun, not worth 70. However, I fucking love the new battle system. You know, that's a mood. 70, I think, overall, for any game right now, it's so much money. It fucking sucks spending that much. I need potato. What is everyone's thoughts on Little Nightmares 3? Ooh, well, Pokemon, I don't know anything. It looks really cute. It looks like a Pokemon game. Little Nightmares 3, I'm really intrigued by it. I was watching Daki and Sovi play it because I was watching Sovi stream. It seems really fun. It seems really interesting. I don't know too much about what the story was happening for it. Okay, I'm going to answer this goddamn call. Hold on. They hung up before I could even do anything. What are these freaking voicemails? It's a scam call, but it's very funny. It's like, yeah, you have like debt in your credit cards and like your loans and like. Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not see that. That was flagged for spam. Damn. Some of my calls are getting flagged for spam now. That was probably the 4. Oh, no, that was that one. I could go in that day anyways. That's crazy. Anyways, I'm getting a lot of spam calls. That was so funny. Cards extended warranty. I like when they call about credit cards though, because I'm like, I don't have one. I don't have one. For the games, so much negative. I feel a bit bad for the games. Ooh, 3 looked cute, but it's getting hated on. Ooh, why? I'm gonna have to look into it because I kind of forgot it was coming out, like exactly when it was coming out. I'm gonna go to its Steam page. I didn't know it was getting a lot of hate. I think it looks cool, and it's cool being able to like play with somebody. But I was like, it's fine. The boys aren't attractive anymore. Like, hello, gay as fuck. Okay, entirely too short for their price point. Ooh. Okay, I have some comments about that, but let me check about stuff. The Xenomorph art in the Discord? Fuck yeah. And like, okay, happy Pride, love you. Literally, oh, yo, boyfriend. 3 isn't made by the original company who made. Oh, interesting. Okay, this is something that first one I see. Apparently, there's 2 extra chapters that are expansion packs that you had to pay for, but they're not even out yet. This is nothing of hate directly at this game, but I see it a lot with other games coming out, even with like the Indiana Jones game. They had the DLC. Nothing wrong with the DLC, but the DLC was already, you had to pay for it already, but it wasn't even out. It just came out now, so it didn't, I think it was like maybe like a year, half a year. But like a lot of these games are doing these paid things that aren't even out yet. That I'm like, I don't know why we're doing this. Just release it when it comes out. But this seems like it was very short for a price point. How much is it? How much is this game? Do. 39. Deluxe edition is 59. That's crazy. I mean, standard game price, 39. So $40. Unfortunately, I think that is too expensive. But also, the prices of games just genuinely have gone up too. So it fucking sucks because I feel like this is a $20 game. 15, 20. I think that would be a great price point. But everything, all the prices of stuff have gone up. So I fucking hate it because I think that adds up to like what this price point would be. But also, no, I think it should be 15, 20. Just want Pokemon to not release a DLC for Pokemon is even out. Yeah. It is a stupid trend, and it's been really annoying. Because, like, with the Indiana Jones ones, like, okay, just have normal base price game with deluxe game, whatnot, because there still was added skin and whatnot. And then just have the DLC be a DLC when it comes out. Don't have it in it until it comes out. Anger about what's being happened to price changes of AAA games at the moment? Yeah. I don't like how much they're costing. I know the price of games just slowly does go up, but we're hitting a point where I'm like, why is it costing this much? Games was leaked as well. Only 50 million, like they could put a fraction more of their profits in. It bothered me. Yeah, there's a lot of like the inner works of games, which like I don't know too much about, in the sense that like I don't really look too much at that stuff because for me, even as a streamer, I'm an entertainer, so I can find the cheap games, like how I play a lot of the cheap indie games. And that's what I really like, the cheap indie games. I just want to be silly, have fun, and play fun games. I like the AAA games, but there's a lot of stuff about them now that I'm just like, I don't really want to like buy these. I don't really want to. I don't have the money to do that, bro. For how much they're charging now? Let me move that. There's a lot of like intricate stuff about it. I'm like, oh no. Hey, mama. There's 30 million budget. Look at that. Yeah. Remember when digital copies were supposed to be cheaper than physical? Yeah. Dude, I remember specifically Left 4 Dead 2, also World of Warcraft, but I never played that. But Left 4 Dead 2, we bought the physical copy to play it because you had to buy the disc to then download it on the computer. I remember that, and I missed that because it was really cool. You got a little box for it. Very few AAA games have actually delivered for me the past 5 years. Like, obviously, Baldur's Gate 3. That bitch is so fucking big, though. That file is so big. But, like, Alan Wake 2 did such a fucking good job. And I think what I love about Alan Wake 2 is that they said, fuck it, we have the money. Let's do something fucking crazy. And they had the musical section. And they put all that time and effort of IRL, like, the actual filming of the entire musical with the band and everything, and the video game section of it. Like, they put that time and effort of doing live action acting mixed in with the actual game acting, and I think they're so good. I love Alan Wake 2 so much. I didn't play the DLC because I never got around to going back to it. I need to, and I need to finish the second playthrough that I was working on because I want to see the secret ending. But yeah. Yeah, BG3 I think did really good. I mean, but hey, look, I bought Date Everything. I think Date Everything was about $20, $30. No, how much was Date Everything? Let's go back and see. But I think that was a great game. Yeah, $30. I think Date Everything for what it was, $20, $30 was not bad. I wish they put a little bit more into it. But holy shit, they put a lot of fucking characters into it. That too. But like, I'll buy a cheaper game, please. Haven't played it? Oh, yes. BG3, Steve, highly recommend. Highly recommend. BG3 was really good. And they continuously have been updating it, putting out some new things and whatnot. So that was really good. Alan Wake 2, I highly agree with. Who made comments that if you buy a game, you shouldn't get comfortable owning it because Ubisoft in the future will be removing it from your library. That's fucking crazy because I'm like, I buy it. I'll switch back to going to my Xbox and PlayStation and like actually having physical copies. Also, I hate Ubisoft. Like, I love Ubisoft because I play Siege on it, but I haven't played Siege. So I fucking hate Ubisoft. Also, Ubisoft gives me so many problems. If you just take criticism, I agree. My only criticism to it is, oh my god, the file is so big. It takes up so much space. And then they keep updating it and it takes more. But I will gladly have it and never uninstall it on my computer. I just need to actually have dedicated space for it. The jokes about dedicated WAM for my Minecraft server is I need dedicated WAM for my BG3 file. 30, which is pretty deserved, especially for how much. Yeah, I agree with that, Kai. And like, that wasn't that bad of like price range of that, of like, it could have had a little bit more, would have been happy with that, but also for what I paid for it, for all those voice actors, I think it was a pretty good point. Activision and EA, same. Did by the Dead Space remake, I think was really good. I think they did a good job with that. I learned a lot of things this weekend about other upcoming games. But like, even who is Konami? Okay, I was like, who the frick is Silent Hill done by? Because the remakes for Silent Hill and Silent Hill F that just came out, I think are really doing really well as well. Hello, Nash. Also, we'll be starting up the game soon because we've been yapping. But I feel like it's been important yaps. For how everything was this weekend with TwitchCon and just like the evolution of like this whole like section of the internet. Used to buy from Ubi. And my file for BG3 is large. It keeps getting larger because I keep adding lots. Oh, you're so real for that. You're so real for that. Do I want this one? I actually kind of want butterfly. Down. I'm gonna do a little rundown for this week. Today we're playing Silent Hill F. Wednesday we are gonna be playing Outlast Trials. I will be playing, I think, both as the like imposter and non-imposter. We'll see how it goes. We're gonna have a lot of fun with that. But then Thursday, if everything goes well, we'll be playing Resident Evil 5 for fucking once. So I really wanted to drink my coffee. What's a fucking mood? I could have met him, Nash. I don't want to. I don't want to meet your cousin. There's a dry patch of skin. I can chop this shit off. Where'd it go? Okay, it's gone. Okay. Are we ready to game, everybody? Please don't leave me and please keep chatting. Don't leave me alone, everybody. Except for Kai. Except for you, Kai. I don't want you to interact with the Silent Hill media. Can I spell? What? Okay. As like an actual comment and question for everybody here. What type of YouTube videos do you guys want? I'm looking at the dots. You're so real though. You can stay here for now, Kai. Well, actually, you're not because you're looking at those. Small streamers go. Do small streamers go much to TwitchCon? Only people I want to meet. Yes and no. I honestly have, like, there was a lot of small streamers there. I met a lot of cute people. Like, cute because I'm like, you're so cute. I love you guys. You're very wholesome, whatnot. I met a really nice VTuber at the Resident Evil line. But, like, there was such an influx of IRL streamers that I really didn't know who the fuck to interact with. So it was a little troubling. Love the VODs added to YouTube clips? Maybe highlights of streams? Okay. If I do highlights of stream or certain types of video games, do you want funny? Would we want funny? I couldn't think of other words. I'm like, funny? You want funny? Funny? You need funny? No. Do we want like funny, silly little games? I don't know if I would ever upload like the full, like a full playthrough. Like if I played Silent Hill off stream and recorded that and posted that. I don't know if I've ever do that. All the funny. I think I like funny games, like silly little short horror games. I think I need to start highlighting those and making short videos of those. Drama with other streamers? Fuck yeah. I don't know what fucking drama, but I guess I am. Oh my god, sorry. Random Elgato thing. They had a stream deck that was 6 buttons. It was so fucking cute. It was so fucking cute. It was like the smallest, littlest guy. I was staring at it. Don't know how to work with horror. Sorry, I read your comment, Steve. Don't know how to even talk to like the salespeople because I was like, yeah, it's just really cute because I was so amazed by it. I was like, so cute. I'm not one to talk. Like, I'm not a talker. I'm not an interactor unless I know you. You guys, if I ever met you guys, be a lot more comfortable because I know you guys. But okay, short horror, funny is cool. For the more horror, escape things than angsty things, maybe jump scares. Okay, fair. I think I'll stick to what I like than my brand, and maybe we move stream into more of like. I'm trying to figure out how to balance it because I like playing the games with you guys, but I also would like to play, like, say if we like Outlast Trials and Dead by Daylight, start playing that more on stream to gather a community here, and then grow and put other small things on YouTube, or do the wombo combo of both. It's been interesting. I've been like planning and scheming in my head now at different stuff. I have not forgot about acting. Don't worry about that. Actively have not. I just was gone for the whole weekend. So I haven't looked at that. I did put in a whole bunch of auditions or like applications in before I started TwitchCon. So I just have to go back and go through. Give me the game sound. This. Let's go here. I'm not going to start the game quite yet. In a sense, I want to finish this conversation. But the front menu of this is really fucking cool whenever it goes. Do you have for a YouTube series? Yes. What YouTube series would you like? I think I'm too tall because I'm sitting on my foot. Oh my god, I just got an email from TwitchCon. Tell us about your TwitchCon experience. Oh, buddy, I will. But okay. I do really want... I am not going to do it myself. Oh my god, Community BG3. So fucking funny. Do you guys like webcam? Because I think if I do YouTube videos, I don't know if I'm always going to put the webcam in. We're going to mess around. I think we're going to play with stuff. The repo video will not be on YouTube until B edits it. Repo is the only thing that I will not edit as a video because I'm going to give it to B. B really wanted to edit that birthday bash video. I adore PNG. To be honest, I think because there's... like, I don't care about my face being on the internet, but I also really like the immersiveness of just seeing just the game. The EPO, yeah! So I might do a lot more of like my PNG or like little guy on YouTube rather than full webcam for like YouTube videos. So we'll see about that. I will say about the VODs, specifically for you, Kai. I have... oh, actually, this is for Doc as well. I started uploading again because I stopped uploading for a while. Did figure out which Resident Evil stream I missed. It was the beginning of Resident Evil 2. I have the one where I fucking took so long with the fucking little sockets. Figure that out. But I started uploading again, so there's a couple more uploaded now. I've been uploading them in like week chunks to try to get through them I was almost up to date and then I stopped uploading. But I got a whole chunk of them. But the note for Doc is that I uploaded the final Mass Effect VOD, so the final act for Mass Effect 3 is up now on the VOD channel. Do community BG3? I don't have a face for a pile of friends in a corner. Oh my god, what if I made a mass blob? A mass blob PNG, but have it like all connected, but the disconnected heads so that when we all speak it moves, but we're all mass blob. Ara. Let's do a little character. What if wait, yeah, well, I can make you a little character. I got you. Hey, I made a car and I did make Gar at one point. That was a stick figure, but now he's a car. Car is just a car, but a really bad car because it wasn't sending as a PNG. It wasn't sending as a transparent. So that was quite mean. I'm gonna check my settings really quick. Because yeah, that's what I fucking thought. I'm gonna have to actually talk to Jordy about this because this is now like an ongoing issue that every time I fucking open up a game, all of my settings are reset. That's actually not what I wanted. Like all these should be... We're just gonna turn these down to like high, I think. Motion blur is fine. I think I might turn it down to medium actually. Like this is the third time of opening up this game. I shouldn't have to reset these things. VSync is off. Frame them in there. Borderless. Oh, we're in borderless window. Interesting. Okay. But my like audio settings stay. It's just my graphic settings. I don't know what's wrong with that. I'm glad I checked that right now. Okay. This is just kind of the announcement for you, Kai. We're gonna be starting up the game. So you dip when you need to. This front screen looks fucking amazing. This is like so cool seeing the slow evolution of all this. Oh, I just want to say, I've been seeing, Autumn's been playing this game. And then I'm seeing all the achievements she's getting. And I'm just like, oh my god. She got so many like secret ones that I'm like, oh god, what have I been missing? Now running away. Yeah, that's okay. Hey, you'll hear the sweet little voices of us. Pretty scenery. Yeah, it's very pretty. I love, it's been the slow. I was pressing the button to go down for this and it was not moving. Cat characters, wishing I had money. Mood. Big mood. I'll buy you a cat character because I love supporting cats. Okay, let's get to it. If we have any more internet issues, you guys just shout in chat, please, because I don't see the tiny little numbers over there. I'm gonna hit continue at least to open up the game so it loads. You don't have to. Oh. Okay. The fact that it's not every single time I open up this game, I just don't have a body is really funny. It's really fucking funny. Hi. It's very pretty here. I love it. I did die multiple times last time. Oh, wait. Quiet. Quiet. I've heard the secret little words that, I now know what your favorite Pokemon is. Hold on. I'm trying to find my little guys. Is that my little guys? No, my little guy should be right here. Yeah, there we go. I heard who your favorite Pokemon is. Sorry, we're immediately going back to big camp. Because you like Psyduck? You like Psyduck? I'm sitting in silence because I have the fucking video game paused. Yeah! Because I love Psyduck. I didn't know you love Psyduck too. So I got myself some Psyduck merch. And so I got Psyduck merch. And so I got a Psyduck merch. This shit's going on my fucking car. I'm gonna have a little peeker because this is how I drive. Stressed. But yeah, I also got Sprigaguito. There's one of the Sprigaguito, but he's in the pile. He looks very silly. But yeah, I got Psyduck merch. I'm like, oh wait, a Psyduck lover, you'll appreciate this. It was very funny. Because I think when I was buying this one, I had placed down my water bottle, which I had my Owala, and it has the Psyduck sticker on that. She saw it as I was trying to pay. She was like, well, I love him. And then I was talking to her about Oshawott. Oh, Nikki, if you're still here, at least if you're hearing, I got you stickers. And she gave me a free sticker because I was telling her how much my friend loves Oshawott, and there's never fucking Oshawott merch. Anyways, it is great Psyduck merch. It was very cute. Very cutesy, very demure, very Psyduck. Turnip, you are a good boy. Turnip, I hope... Well, I guess I hope work is going well. Do I want a Gamba? Yes. Yes, I do. Oh my god. Hey, Kai. You're looking at stuff because this is Silent Hill, but we got a bear charm. Greatly increases stun power with weapon durability when weapon durability is low. Hell yeah. Anyways, I'm now a proud owner of a bear charm. It's okay. I'm just hiding in my office. That's real as hell. Well, we're here for you, Turnip. If you ever need a hello, we're here. Bear, 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 bear. The only important thing ever to you in this game, it's bear. He's now going in my pocket. They have a bunny outfit, but I don't have it because it was with... I can buy it, but I don't have it. But... Whoa. Whoa, girly. Whoa, girly. Hey, you should get that checked out, girly. That's not normal. Dude, the whole front, like, covered in blood right there? That's not normal. Anyway, so she progressively is getting more hurt. She got stamped in the back in the other world. Lost this arm. Got her face peeled off. I was like, what was the last one? Got her face peeled off. Yeah. Okay, let's see where we are. For showing the side that quiet is now heavy. Yes! Me every time. Oh, I also met this one girl during the block party because I was wandering around alone. She had a Psyduck with her that was all decked out in dress, and I had to interrupt their conversation because I was like, I just need to talk to you really quick. And she had Psyduck, so I showed her my Psyduck on the back of my phone, and she literally had her Psyduck in a flower crown with glasses and everything. He looked dashing. Love him. That was a great little find. Ooh, his house is icky. Icky. Oh, I think I go this way. I think I can get to her little house now. What the freak am I? Anyways, what's our goal right now? Make it down a mountain and head to the Shimizu. I had a teacher named Shimizu. Yes, he was such a dashing man. And she said he has an Instagram. And she said he's not active right now because I'm not active. And I was like, you're so real for that. She's like, I have pictures of him. I just haven't posted them yet. And I'm like, real as hell. Real as hell. She just hasn't actively posted them, but she has pictures of him. And it was so cute. So he has his own personal, like, Instagram. So I said, what is it? And I followed it. Ooh, my game's chugging. What's the matter, computer? What you at? Oh my god, Battlefield 6 has been killing my computer. 85 frames. Okay. But we love Psyduck. I'm so glad you are a Psyduck lover because I love Psyduck so much. And usually I don't have anybody else who loves Psyduck. Sprigaguito is growing as the top contender, but Psyduck is always the top. Psyduck. I think because he's just such a mood. Do you like Psyduck too, Monster? Psyduck friends, yes. Like the other contenders that are getting up there at the top of the contender list is obviously cats. Anything of cats related because I love cats. So there's that. Remnant 2 was causing my computer to chug yesterday. I really shouldn't be having so many issues with my computer because I have a better graphics card. My core processor really isn't that bad. But like, I've been having a lot of issues with stuff. A lot of medkits. I do want that though. Oh. Okay. Let's go. Oh. Oh, that was the thing that was like leaving stuff. Okay, nothing over here. I love side duck, but yeah, all the gatos are like, all the little kitties are growing as top contenders. I'm like not losing frames, but like it feels like it's jumping. Something feels off. Let's just cap it at 60. See if that helps it out. It really shouldn't be doing bad or good. How do I play this game again? Okay. I love this weapon. Okay, so this is a faster weapon. Okay, okay. Okay, she's dead. I need to repair. I think it's 6 to repair. I don't remember, actually. Ooh, a note. Clinical trial. I began taking this medicine out of, desperation. My first impression was that it smells like peaches and is faintly sweet. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night, I was able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales meant when they said the drug allows you to speak to your inner self? I heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure the effectiveness depends on the factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. Interesting. You've been upgraded. What do you mean by that? Am I on the computer? Hydrate. Okay, thank you. I really don't need any more. I actually have a lot of resources. I don't know. Something's like fucking up here. Oh, not controls. Let me turn it back to... I didn't mean to do that, girly. Sorry, I got her. See? Hell yeah, I'm on the computer. Aww. It's that bitch again. I really don't want to have to fight her. She's quite literally gross. Oh, I think I literally have to fight her. Hey, yo, so that's really gross? Ouchie. Ouchie. Whoa. Somebody's about to knife me. She's about to knife me. What is it? It's like 6? Okay. Sit down. Sit down. Okay, she's sat. You next. She crumble? Okay, okay, her. Ouchie. That hurt. Oh. I don't like this shit. I have dreams about work, and I swear if I have another dream about work... Ouchie. You get baseball batted. That's really gross. I wonder if I can stun her. I don't think I can. I love how the flowers are covering it now. Ouch. 2? Oh, that did a decent amount. That's like half a... Maybe as you choose to move forward. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Oh, damn, she one-handing the bat. Hey, so the bat's broken. Pull this out for now. We'll do this. Okay. Okay, so whatever I fixed for my game, it now is working better. So, yippee. I just had to mess with it a lot. What's up here? I just don't know why it's acting up so much. We got anything? Toolkit? Ooh, actually, you know, let's use some toolkits. Let's apparently not use some toolkits. I really like this axe. I don't know if I care for the baseball bat, but I don't think I want to lose it. Okay, my coffee cup is in the way. I hated when I worked at Fan over summer. I was just having like nightmares about that fucking show. Bandage. It was living rent-free in my head when I didn't want it there. And I'm like, please. Please, I'm off the island. Don't take me back. What's this? Ooh. Okay, yeah, you know, at this point... Where... am I? Oh. Okay. Exploring this little house. Oh, that's the little path that was blocked off. That's so cute. Oh, I don't really need that. There was a lot of, like, health now. I guess I just haven't been using it. I've been using a lot of, like, the small... Oh, Jesus. I don't know why that scared me so bad. My heart dropped, dude. Bonk. Bonk. Oh my god. You scared the shit out of me. Perfect dodges become easier to perform. Hey, so that's a really nice one. Equipment. What do we have up? Max health, max stamina. I think I'm gonna switch to... Hydrate? Okay. Because I'm shitty at dodging, no matter what game it is. I'm awful at dodging. We probably have to go that way, so let's check this way. I'm checking for all the goodies. Truth be told, I don't think I really need much, but it's helpful. Oh, this is the way I already came. Did I check out this house then? I feel like I did, but I also feel like I didn't. I think I did. I did. Okay. I did? What was that? Okay, nothing. Down we go. Meow. I'm a real human. I'm a real human, says the bear. They're gonna catch you one of these days, Kai. They're gonna catch you and they're gonna be like, that one? That's not a human. That's a bear. Upgrades is like that the action is easier performed now. So I do a second playthrough, I forget. Oh my god, no, dude. That's me when I play certain games and you upgrade everything and then I go back in and it's like, oh yeah, I have all these upgrades. And I'm like, wait a minute, no I don't. Ew. I forgot he's this one. Hold on, there's another version here. You're very tall. Ow. Ow. Oh, okay. I would like to perform a dodge. Fuck you. You didn't let me perform a perfect dodge. Hit her. Oh. I miss her arm. I miss her arm too. As much as I know that's probably bad that I let them do that to my arm. You know, it was really freaking cool. Bonk him. Oh my god. Oh, icky. Icky. Oh, you made me inked. Okay, get crowbar, nerd. Okay, but get crowbar, but like come over here. Gross. Okay. Okay, he's gone. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's okay. Okay, nothing's back here. It was just a creepy person back there. That's all. Dude, I always forget when I have upgrades and I go back and I'm like, wait, I don't have that anymore. What do you mean? I forget which game it was, but I was relying on it so much that when I went back through and I realized I didn't have it, fucked me up. Or when you have certain weapons and you realize, oh, I don't have that weapon anymore. Oldest station. Inari-sama? Composed of Inari-sama's believers. There are statues of Inari-sama all over town. My elder neighbors treat them with great respect and worship them. Also referred to as Inari-sama is the goddess that puts old, unstable tools to rest. They are known for offerings preference of the age, tofu pierced through with an old needle. Interesting. It seems like our towns don't have these customs though. I guess they might be something special only we do for Inari-sama here. Yeah, interesting. For the water specifically for washing and cleansing old dirty tools. Hey, can I wash my old dirty tools? Okay, I don't have it. Oh. Strict mother letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Me talking to my cats. You are different from these delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask you to choose wisely who you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes. Well, I want that. Take that. So I actually know what this is. I didn't find it though. There was a sword you can find, which is the old tree that I found, but I didn't find the sword, and I think you can wash it off and cleanse it, and then you gotta use it. I was seeing those achievements, because those are secret achievements, but I was like, what? Did it Stardew? And the horse? The Honse. God, yeah, this big tree. I didn't find the sword there. Can I go back up there? Y'all, you want to go on an adventure? You want to see if we can go back up there? I don't think I can. No, that's a big sidetrack. It's a first time playthrough. It's okay. Is it fox? You've probably seen pictures at the shrine of them. Kyoto? Kyoto is 1,000 gate. Yeah! That's why I'm like, foxes are... Like, we've been talking about it, that I shouldn't trust the man because foxes are trickster spirits. But... It's also like the thing of like... I guess it's like similar to like the Fae for like other places. It's very much like you respect them. They're silly little guys, but they're silly little guys who will fuck you up. But also they'll be really nice to you too if you're nice to them. I love the Inari, the little fox spirits. I think they're so cute. I know there's a whole lore of them too, of like you never want to interrupt the fox, the weddings when you see them in the forest. You never interrupt the wedding. I don't remember exactly which fucking one what I remember that from. I don't remember which anime. I almost want to say it was from Apothecary Diaries. Twister spirits. Oh, yes. Actually, now that we're here. No. Wrong one. Now that we're here. Take my offerings before I accidentally eat them. Get offered up to, Miss. Or Mr. in this case, Inari-sama. Look at them, look at all the foxes. I am very curious about it. Yeah, so let's see if I can go back up. I'm so curious because it told us the story about the... Where am I on the map? Okay. Should be right up here past the shrine gate. I'm so curious. I want to see. I want to see it. Where is it? Where is it? Coyotes are trickster spirits. Can't trust them. That adds up. I mean, I wouldn't trust a coyote, but would I try to just smush a coyote's little face? Where did I end up? Oh, at the first shrine. Didn't realize I was... This is the old original shrine. This was the big tree that talked to us about the sword. This was really cool to walk up. I shouldn't be distracting myself. Like, I should just finish the game and then play through it again. There's that silly little song again. Yeah. There's nothing for me here. Oh. There's nothing for me here. Chocolate! Yeah, I think that's a great find. But yeah, this is where we talked about the sword, so I think I could find the sword. But I don't think on this path that I'm on I can find the sword. Or I missed something earlier. But I think that I can cleanse the sword and then fix it up. I don't know, but I'm really intrigued by that. I think I want to figure out how to do that in then my next playthrough. Coyotes are so cute. Why are coyotes friend shape, if not friend? Same with bear. I only have one bear friend who is friend shape and is friend. The rest of them, unfortunately, not friend. Friend shape, but not friend. I could try to make friend, but I don't think I should. There's we have a lot of coyotes by us. But I hear them yipping all the time. I'm like, oh, it's just a silly little guys. Black coyotes have been known to lure dogs away from the yards by playing with them. And when the dogs leaves to continue playing with them, the coyote will leave the dogs to the other coyotes, where the pack will just kill and eat. Yep. Which is very sad, but also very silly. Like, what a way to lead your little friend away. It's just like, I'm gonna play with you, but let's go play over there in the dark corner. The poor doggos. The poor doggos. They don't know any better. They just think they met a silly little friend. Unfortunately, they didn't. The silly little friend is just gonna beat them up at the corner. Candy vans. Oh my god, you're so right. That's what they've done. They have. The coyotes are like, we have really cool treats over here. You wanna come into this dark corner with me, buddy? Dude, I'm on a running journey because I ran all the way back up the hill. Okay, where am I at now? Okay, so we went up there. Yeah, I want to see how I can get that. Whoa, get that sword next time. It's a good thing I don't have a sword this time because you guys would yell at me that I can't have sharp objects. Fuck you. Get stunned, bitch. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't like you. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking dodges are easier to perform. My ass. I'm not performing any of the perfect dodges. Fuck you. I hate this mode. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, I have no stamina, everybody. Okay, hey. So I really like this weapon. Is he okay? What's he doing? Oh, he's stunned. Okay. Okay, he's dead now. Why is he crying like a dog? He got that dog in him. Man, scared the shit out of me, bro. Okay, so this is the way to go. Kind of figured. Oh my god, bro, I hate that man because he runs at you so fast. Oh, stop it. Stop it, I'm scared of you. Stop it, please. Please, I'm just a little guy. Please, please, no, no. Oh my god. Freaking dying. Goopy, oopy goopy. My god, I remember I have an old clip. Yeah, sorry, girly. Even the town now. Yeah, your mom did call you to get home, and then also you heard your friend kind of die on the phone too. I don't think he's dead. But hey y'all, I got a steel pipe again. I gave up that bat for the steel pipe because it's pretty freaking cool. Pretty freaking cool. I love me a steel pipe. I want to get to the one house. Red capsule. Okay, my health is pretty good. Bandage. Oh, I guess it's blocked off that way. I would like to get to my friend's house, please. I would like to, that's a good question. I don't oh! Hey. Oh, this little fox. Hey, he talked about the one time that she saved him. Huh? Oh, yeah, you don't beat that. Yeah, that was us who saved the little fox. So she saved a fox. She saved a fox when she was a kid, which is what the fox man was saying when we were in the other world. How'd you get a steel pipe? Steel pipe. How do you get a steel pipe? I steal the pipe. Oh my god, letter from boy. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me. Oh, Kotoyuki. Okay. I know it's sudden, but I'm leaving. Like a broken up fucking love letter. Like, I love you, but I gotta go, bro. I gotta leave. I think I'm annoying as hell, bro. Red capsules, thank you. Hey, what's that creepy noise from over there? Oh, toolkit. What you gonna say this time? Unconscious when found. And no signs of breathing. Rescue team 8, copy out. Rescue. Approximately 10 bodies on the ground. We'll check their conditions and report. Over. Like, actually, like, everybody in the fucking town is fucking dead. Like, where? What do you mean she can do that? Why can't I do that? Please. Let's see. I have no stamina. Phew. I love the little little lurk. Have a good stream, friends. Have a good day, Junior. We'll still be here if you need anything. Oh, a dried carcass. You need a dried carcass on your way out, Junior? It's no longer person. Why, yes. I'm glad. I've been slowly like keeping an eye on that, like that whole situation with that. But I think it's very funny. Sure, I'll take it. Okay. Have a dried carcass to go. It'll keep you full. Okay, so that's blocked. I want to see if I can get back to there. I wonder if her front of house is there or if front of house is on the other side. Because I have her key to her house. I would like to steal her mail. We lost another one. And by we lost another one, I mean no longer human. Well, that's quite rude. There's 2 of you. I hear it. Take my crowbar. What type of monster is that? Oh, one of those. I have no stamina. 5. Bonk. Remember when I didn't need all of the, like, health stuff? And now I'm going through my health stuff? Hey, sir, do you just have anything over there? Well, that was quite rude. Okay, run, girly. Run. Run. Fucking run. We're just stealing his goodies and leaving. Crowbar. What are you saying about Crowbar? Bar, that is an establishment that sells alcohol to Crowvids. Crowbar? Oh. How rather interesting. How rather interessante. Did not know that. Bandage? Oh, hold on. Do I have bad health? I don't. But I do kind of like that item. What do I have in my pockets? Can I take that now? No, I guess I do have a lot. I'll see if I can come back and get it. Water. So, I don't know why I'm talking like an idiot. What's this? Strike mother's letter. Good morning. Good morning, my handsome boy. Me to my cats again. No, it's a little sudden, but we shall be moving tomorrow. Oh, this is the boy she saved. I've already notified your teacher, so just make sure to say goodbye to all your friends. I shall tell you everything at home. Huh, suspicious things have clicked in my brain. Suspicious things have clicked in my brain. Red capsule. Oh, thank you. Oh, what's this one? First aid? That is quite nice to have. Let me see if I can find a safe spot and then donate some things and then... Okay. Oof. Is that memes I got from this game? Dude, I can donate stuff there. The funniest meme I saw is the Foxman Pergonante. With the Nako's like wolf arm around touching his belly. So fucking funny. I'm gonna have to find some and post them in there was something right there in the Discord after I finish this today. It was so funny. What's this one? Strict mother letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Even if you find yourself poor of pocket, you must never let yourself become poor of heart. You mustn't forget that you inherited your father's noble blood. You must study hard and learn to be a gentleman. Do not think of yourself as a little boy, for you are simply a tiny adult waiting to grow. There will come a day where your father shall require your help. Mark my words. Josh! Oh my god, how are you, Josh? Wee. How are you? You're welcome. Welcome in. I hope you're well, Josh. I hope you've been well. Tell us any updates. What you got? How you doing? Sorry, I'm putting more of this on because my lips are getting dry. And it's very hydrating. How are you? We're playing Silent Hill F. We're towards the end of the game. Just so you're aware and whatnot. Let me go back and collect all this stuff. So I have more healing stuff. Thank you for 33 months. That's crazy. Oh, over here. That's crazy. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. I hope you've been well and everything. I love getting the life updates from you. Oh my god, I almost knocked over my coffee. Again, 2 years and 8 months. That's crazy. Yeah, you've been here. You've been here. You've seen it. You've done it. I'm finally out doing things and dedicating a lot more time now to like growing and figuring out how to grow here. Almost 3 years. That's fucking crazy as hell. Oh my god, my friend's addicted to the final sentence demo. Where you just type. Ooh, red capsule. Okay, we'll take that. How has life been though? How's it been treating you? Any cool things? I'll take any sad things because we just like major life updates. That's about it. Sorry, I'm doing like the walk around to see if there's anything here. Oh, what a great time for you to come in. You get to see that abomination. The monsters in this are fucked up. It's Silent Hill. And they have lived up to their name.
My life has been crazy. It's too much for chat. But I can do a check-in on Discord.
Fuck yeah, we will take that. We'll take the check-in on Discord. But I mean, that's good. As long as life's been treating you well, even if it's good and bad. But like overall, I hope you've been well. Getting closer on my cars. Oh, I did get a free U2s from. I wasn't able to go to the event, so my friend got me a whole bunch of stuff. I got a Fat Cop U2s from 7 Days to Die. So Turnip, they have a new game. And I have a game for it, so catch me maybe playing that. That's for Turnip, because I know he likes 7 Days to Die, and they had a new branch of the game for that. So I'm like, okay. That's legit. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, Josh, I went to TwitchCon, so I got a lot of free goodies from that. Crash, last I heard was you got a fat cop. C-O-P. I mean, I do have a massive fucking dick. Big dick energy, you know? Not fake big dick energy, you know? I would never lie about such a thing. I would never lie. But yeah, Josh, we went to TwitchCon. I just got back yesterday. It made me realize a lot of things about content creating and like what I want to personally do and whatnot. I want to go to TwitchCon. Damn. I knew y'all freaks here. I knew y'all were freaks. Oh. Yeah, I don't actually really want to become like this. The con. You know, we're just going to pause that abomination. The con overall was really fun. I got to meet people. I got to see friends and whatnot. Overall, very fake energy there, but because there was a big issue with a lot of IRL streamers. Didn't vibe with them. Got to see streamers I like. Did I talk to them? No, because I'm too much of a coward. But got a lot of free shit, got a lot of stuff, got a lot of awkward encounters at the GG subs counter because I'm indecisive when I want to buy things because I didn't have anybody with me to purchase it, so I was second guessing a lot of stuff. But there's a lot of bad things that happened at TwitchCon this year. But you know, it was a nice weekend. Very much enjoyed it. Was something fun. And like overall, like I said, it made me realign of like, okay, I think I want to do more of this rather than this. Which is, I think I want to edit more videos and start posting a lot more on YouTube and focusing on that than just focusing on streaming. So there's that. So you'll have more content of me, Josh, because that means you can watch YouTube videos and you can watch them at your own convenience. But overall, it was really cool. It was really cool because like Phasmophobia had a booth. So it was really cool getting to see them there and all that. And they had a whole bunch of streamers come out for that because they had 4 stations to stream from their booth, which was really cool. It was really cool how they set it up because they had the computer, the setup, and then on the back, because they had a wall behind them as the backdrop. But behind that wall, they had the TV of their live stream going. So whatever was happening there, they had that on the TV there and their live stream. It was really cool. I have to always be next to Sarah when she's at cons. She doesn't get stun locked by being social. Dude, yeah. Like, Leader was great because when I was with him, he would talk, but also then I still wouldn't talk. But when I'm alone, I just don't talk. They have to come up to me to talk, which unfortunately is not going to happen because I'm not a big streamer, big person, but like, I just don't talk. More YouTube than anything, so yeah. Oh, it'll be beneficial for you. Go next time too. So true. I was telling B because me and B were like, yeah, you're going to go next year. We're going to make it happen. And you can be my little mod with me. But I'm very up in the air about going next year. Unless Twitch makes a lot of stuff. I might go for a day. And I think that might be fun for a day to go. But overall, enjoyable. Very fun. Did enjoy myself there. I'm going to go back to fighting this monster. Oh. Oh, gee, my ears. Oh. Ow. Quick time my ass. I can't do that. But yeah, I had a lot of fun. But yeah, I really want to start making more YouTube videos. If you haven't seen Josh, I've been posting more. I've been posting it on YouTube as well. I've been posting my YouTube shorts. But I also have been posting on TikTok. So, have fun lurking. Have fun lurking quiet. Good luck. Good luck lurking in the void. But so I have some stuff. Links. I can tab out. Socials. So unfortunately, I think I'm illiterate. Let's see. What do I have it as? I don't know what my fucking things are. I have my YouTube. My stuff is all Sarah's comic. I actually have it down below, like, on the little, like, tabs. I should have a socials tab. Did I spell socials wrong? Hold on, I want to see if it tells me this. I want to see if it tells me that. Commands here. Thank you. Thank you, Stream Elements, because I'm stupid. I need these really quick. Oh. It's just social. Yeah, oh, hey. I got you. It's without an S. It's just, I'm just only social. Only slightly social. There you go. There's all those. Oh yeah, Cat Ringmaster. Oh, I forgot I changed up all the wording of it because I'm leaning more towards clown and like clown cat and all that. So I have my little Ringmaster stuff. I should change up. I have like a little like the link tree. I should really change it up and style it now. So I think I'm gonna take some time to do that. But yes, I've been actually posting on my YouTube shorts. Ooh, the YouTube link isn't gonna work. The YouTube link isn't gonna work, but I see why it's not gonna work. It didn't put a space between TikTok. But you can get my TikTok there. The YouTube is Sarah's comic. Hold on. You want it to work, Josh? We can make it work. Hold on, I'll get you that direct link. There's a space there. Stream, I just like gulped really big. I was talking for too long. Just gulp. I'll make it work for you. Ringmaster and a miserable clown? Hey, it's okay. I'm also a miserable clown. Don't worry. I may be the ringmaster, but don't worry. Don't worry. I'm there with you. Gabriclap. Where's the... Oh, I made it personally, so it's under custom commands. Discord, social. We're gonna spice this up. We're gonna do socials. I don't know why, but I'm gonna space this out a little bit more. Because I can actually see what it looks like. Okay, this is gonna probably be atrocious. We changed the command. So now it should be a little bit easier because it is socials. Okay, there we go. The YouTube work links now. Look at that. Little spaces. Got it better. Fuck it up. There you go. I got you, Josh. Just up on YouTube. Oh, thank you. Yes. Honestly, we have 100. It should actually, with that, it should be like 110, 111 followers, which I think is crazy. And that's fucking great as hell. Especially since like I've been getting a lot while I'm not. 112 of me? Oh, fuck. We got another one? Because it was 110 when I checked, I think, yesterday or something. So that's fucking sick as hell. It's up to you on YouTube? Oh. It gets dark. 13 with me? Oh, okay, not gets dark. Damn, okay. Yeah, I haven't posted a lot, but like Jordy was editing some videos. Jordy cooks with those. I still want to hire Jordy more, and I don't think he doesn't really believe in himself that much because he hasn't edited in a while, so he's out of like we're just gonna stare at this. Out of like rhythm with it, but like he cooked with some of those. He cooked with a lot of those edits. He's good at it. So like I have 3 people who I want to edit. Jordy, B, because she's funny, and me. Should make TikToks? You'll grow fast? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the TikTok algorithm because I posted one on Tuesday. Fucked it up. Did great. Posted one on, I think Friday, actually. I think I posted on Friday where I scheduled it. Didn't do well. Like, didn't get reached out. So I'm trying to see. I might delete it and re-upload it to then, like, test it out to see. Like... I might go wonky with that TikTok just to see the algorithm and see stuff and try to play with it to figure it out. Be the next Markiplier? Fuck yeah. Sure. You said my inspiration. I literally have Memento Mori written up on my computer. But yeah, I was doing well with TikToks a long time ago when I was posting a lot, but I was just like spitting them out. And now I'm like, okay, I really want to edit videos. So I might do edits of videos, chop it up and then post it. On the owner is a gooner. So you use that information, what you will. TikTok audio. Oh, the owner is a, oh, fair. My brain had to, oh, I forgot that's what I was doing when I tabbed out of that. So that was great. I will say the TikTok, the second edit that I did, wonderful on YouTube. YouTube Shorts, wonderful. The temptation to stream on YouTube is so high, but I do really love Twitch. Like that's where I like grew up watching stuff and I love it. But temptation for YouTube, very high. Will not lie. 4 or 5 pieces of Unisonus merch. I own one. I wish I bought more, Doc. I wish I bought some of the Halloween ones. I might try to find them one day. But I have the black... Yeah, I had the black long sleeve Unisonus shirt. Love that shit to death. I don't wear it all the time, but I do really love it. Maybe I'll pull it out for Halloween. I love Unisonus. I watch the clips of it, like highlights, every once in a while. My axe! I didn't heal it. That was my OG good weapon. I do that. Okay. She's down. Okay. Achi. Okay. Okay, we're fine. I lost my axe. I'm actually kind of sad about that. Should have paid attention. But yeah, I'm very excited to be posting. I have 2 of their YouTubes. Oh yeah. Okay, sweatshirt and a piece of wall art. And I think I have a hat. Oh, real as hell for the hat. That's really fucking cool. That's a good like collection. You don't grow so big and forget a lot. I would never. If I ever grew so big, I honestly think I would close the Discord so that I would have a little space for you guys. Because I wouldn't want to run a big Discord like that with so many people. But I would love to keep my Discord with my, like, little peoples. Oh, but I want to go over there. If I go that way and go the long way, can I go back? I've always thought about that. I'm like, what am I going to do if I grow too big? Like, I don't want to... I mean, obviously, I would get more mods. Obviously. That's even my goal now. I have my little eye on somebody for a mod. But, like, Oop, thank you. Thank you for the secret little thing. I have my eyes already on for, like, more little mods. And that is, like, obviously the easy way to, like, get around things. Not easy way, but, like... easy way to control and make sure you watch things. So obviously I would have to get more mods, which is very scary because I know my mods very well and they are like IRL people I know. Let me through. I don't think I can go back to the friend's house. Oh, I think they're back there. I'm gonna go loot over here. Sarah gets so big, she starts yelling at people. It's like, it's only $8 to sub. If you don't have $8, then you shouldn't be watching. Someone was, oh, I got a sickle. I actually really like this weapon. You shouldn't be watching Twitch. That's crazy. Somebody was asking people for money on their Twitch. Oh, it's you. I'm just gonna run past you. I don't like dealing with those guys. Excuse me. Okay, bye. I wish I could find an axe again. Oh, I'll deal with this guy. Yeah, somebody at TwitchCon was asking their chat to do for money because they couldn't afford drinking, which is bad. I don't want you guys have paid for things, but like one. Hey, whoa. There's a lot of you here. Let me just heal. Oh, Jesus. Oh, jeez. Hey, she's like floating over the other one. Okay, she's gone. I would never. I was talking with the other, oh my god, the really sweet streamer who I really liked. But she doesn't even like the tier 3 or whatnot, like people holding the package of like, well, if you want that, you got to do the tier 3. I'm like, I don't give a shit about tier 3. If you want to subscribe to tier 3, that's fucking dope as hell. That's a lot more money for me. But like, that's dope as hell. That's freaking cool as hell. But I don't really care. I don't even like putting my emotes on tier 3 or even tier 2 because, like, yeah, I have a slot there, but I don't really care about that. I feel worse having you guys pay more money to me just for an emote. If you get to that point and need more mods, I volunteer as tribute. You have such an amazing channel. It's why you are the only channel I follow, so for 3 years you treat everyone so... I'll cry, Josh. That's really sweet. Because, like, that's how it very much felt at TwitchCon. And it's not at every single streamer that was there. There was a lot of small streamers who I'm like, you guys are the ones that I like, are genuine, like, small little streamers that are, like, trying. I have a sticker from somebody. He seems really cool. He's a VTuber. Sorry, his name is Chopped Liver. But I need to go give him a follow. But he seems so sweet, and it's like the small little people like that I really do love. But there were so many IRL streamers that felt more like reality TV and like just icky, fake-ass bitches. That I'm like, I hate that. And it felt awful there because I'm like, that's all I want. I want to play. Genuinely, I just want to play games and keep people company because I know how lonely it is to not have anybody to play games with. I now have a lovely little group that I've always wanted that I play games with. That one of them wants to VTube and I really want her to, but she's getting a better computer now. So I really want her to because I'm like, no, fuck it up. If you want to stream, fuck it up. It's the person I watch the most. I can't wait till my Twitch reward. And it's just... wait till I get my Twitch rewind and it's just Sarah. Just me. But like I said it literally earlier when I was talking to Josh before you were here. Like me streaming is I used to like one, either not have a PC so I'd only watch people play games because I couldn't afford games and I didn't have a PC to play them. And or I remember sitting and playing games alone because I had no friends, at least with the same genre, that liked to play games. I had some friends that would play games. In middle school I had a friend who liked Halo, but we'd have to go to each other's houses to play. But once I got into PC gaming, I didn't really have that many people to play with. So like, I know how lonely it can fucking get. So I want to be there for people. Like, I'm your silly little guy who'll keep you company, whether you want company. That's not the type of company I want, sir. Him standing there menacingly. I'm trying to be wholesome here. That was scary. Oh my god, that was horrifying. I got too like soft and squishy in that moment that was... my brain was mortified. It was like, there's somebody fucking standing there. Jesus. But yeah, I'm glad that's the energy I give Josh, because that's all I want to do. That's all I want. And that's why like I would like to make silly little YouTube videos, because that's what I always wanted to make YouTube videos. I just didn't know how to fucking edit. No cap and no lie. Oh, gotta go back down. Oh, we're gonna go on an adventure. But like, I just wanna... Hello? Oh, you were taking naps? You were taking a nap? I'm sorry, I disturbed your nap. I disturbed your nap, everybody. We're leaving. We're running. We're leaving. We're running very fast. Oh my god, this was horrible to come down here. Okay, I forget which way I had to go. What's this? Oh, okay, that's just that. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. Okay. I'm trying to see if I can get back to the friend's house because I have her key to her mailbox. Okay, Hinako, come on. Girly, I know you're out of stamina, but like, girly, we gotta go. Girly, we gotta run. What's that? Okay. Oh no, fuck. Because that's the way we got to her house, right? Oh, shit. Oh, what's that? Oh! Oh my god, we can upgrade something. Okay, I guess this wasn't fully down. Bad. I guess this wasn't bad to go down. Okay, that... That really scared me. That really scared me a lot. Anyways, yes. people too, like a little family of people on Twitch. Yeah, and that's what I love. Like, yes, I would love, oh my god, would love to have like solid, I think it's like 70. Like, I would love to have like 100 viewers as I play games. You know, lots of people here, because that means lots of people got to get to keep company, talk to, entertain, and whatnot. But like, I love our small little community that I'm like, yeah, I'd love that. Because that would put me closer to getting Twitch partner, you know, that'd be great for that. But like, I'd rather have real ass people here that I genuinely relate to, can talk to, more kinship and family. Yeah. And have a little family here than have 100 people here that are just fake ass and really mean. I'd rather slowly gather all the genuine people than that. Because then I would cry. No cap, would cry. I just want to go there, but I don't know how to get there. I don't think I can get there no more. This part of town was very confusing. This part of town, with that bitch? Awful. That bunny? Oh, that is a bunny. Oh, yeah, that's the shrine she worked at. So, I'm just gonna run past him. Oh, okay. Oh, god damn! A goofy goober, yeah. Okay, hey, so when she said there was a lot of monsters here, she meant it? Let's see. Oh, hey, so I knew that was there? Okay, okay. Oh, where was it? Over there, let's go test that area. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be wholesome because I love my little guys here. But I'm getting beat up by these freaking monsters. I hate this guy. Honestly, yeah. Go the frick away. What are you doing here? Okay, so like there's nothing else over there. Okay, now we run. Okay, okay. This town says a woman. I'm gonna go see if she's wrong. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what I fucking said. If not exact words. Basically that. Oh, which way am I going now? Okay, so we're gonna go up this way. Yeah. What's in that little corner? I don't think there's anything that'll benefit me in this one little corner. But we're gonna check. Because unfortunately that's the type of person I am. What's up there? Nothing. A tree. Hey bud, how are you doing? Today's my wonderful friend. I'm doing well. I'm very eepy, tired, slightly sick. The slightly sick really is like slightly. I'm just very under the weather since last week. Got better for TwitchCon, but well, yes. But I'm doing good other than that. Oh yeah, what's up this? Oh, okay, a red pill. But other than that, I'm doing great. I'm loving this game. Trying to get to where I need to go. Because I got sidetracked. It's the wrong tab, but it's okay. There was a little shrine there. It was a mini little shrine that we're getting stuff from. I already got that. That's the way I got distracted with. So we're not gonna go that way. Right here? I am glad. Let's donate some stuff. I am glad. That's what we were kind of talking about. I went to TwitchCon over the weekend, so it's very... not even like humbling. It's very just like... it's so nice to be home. And to be like home, like here with people I actually like. People who aren't fake. Cannot increase further. We're gonna get health. When in doubt, health. Damn, I feel like I missed a lot of the MS. Emma. I miss my friend Emma. She likes to chat. I do. I really love you guys. I really love you all a lot. a little too much that I'm gonna be so attached that if I get, like, obviously the goal is to grow more and gather more people here, but I'm gonna be like, who are you people? Where are my silly little goobers? The silly little goobers are you guys? Man, I'm out of breath. I'm out of breath for this one little sentence. Okay, well, we're almost back home. I can't wait. There's some stuff that I've seen in this game that I'm like, what is... Well, I didn't see this part of the game. Hey, that perfect... Ow! Put me in the tiny little corner. Yes, that's a smart idea, me. Hey, yo, leave me alone. Ow! My back! Oh, he's gonna do that, and it's... Okay, I can run past him. Oh no, she's out of breath. The other person behind me. The other person behind me. If I just get into the cutscene, he can't hurt me. Oh my god, why is my house all the way up here? God damn. It's a pleasure getting to be here. Oh, I'm glad, I'm glad. My house? Yeah, it did. Yo, what the freak are those guys doing there? Freaks? Yeah, my house is up there, but what's up here? I'm like, yeah, I know my house is there. But like, what's there? What's this? Did she write that on that? Yeah, no go there. No go there. Whose house is this? Is this like just another extension of our house? Kind of seems like it. Yokon. Chocolate. Doing well? 4 weeks of migraine, including today. Damn. Please take care of yourself. Don't stay too long then, bud. Like, stay as long as you can and whatnot. But, oh god. Please take care of yourself. I know migraines can be awful. Especially when you get just like the chain of migraines. Horrible. So, hopefully they get better soon. Oh. Instant cutscene. Instant cutscene going. Yeah, migraines are shitty, so hopefully that get better for you. Hopefully that get better. Hopefully that gets better for you. I don't know. I don't know, girlie. This is like the house that we walked into earlier as well. Yeah, that's okay, bud. Please take care. Hopefully it gets better. I've taken a lot of medication. It's only helps in the day. It'd be that way with migraine stuff. Oh, hello. He was very energetic about that. Me too. Debilitating, dude. Yeah, especially like a migraine a day, like just randomly, is fucking annoying. But that is so annoying. Is like even a chronic pain, girly. Like with my joints, when you have it multiple days, no matter what type of pain it is, it gets so fucking annoying and exhausting. I don't get migraines too much, but I have a lot of joint pains. Oh, it's stuck. Yeah, this is not my house. This is not my house. This is not my house. Oh. This is now a maze. Damn. I have gotten migraines before. I was living with a lot of headaches for a while. Sword and a fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heaven themselves shuddered at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords. Yet their fight knew no end. The scales upon which they fought, however, were no more, having been destroyed long ago. Okay. I know it goes there, but I need to find those now. Oh, steel pipe. Must be a calendar here, I think. Okay, interesting. Okay. What an interesting house now. used to get 72. Oh, 72-hour migraines? Fuck that. That.
Shu! そこに知らない部屋だ
Sorry, Shu. We did kill you in our other world, Shu. I don't really apologize for that. That was kind of crazy, bad shit. Really don't apologize for the one friend. Rinko? Don't apologize for Rinko at all. I don't think that's nice. That's red, bro. Get migraines? I know the pain. Yeah. That's why I'm like, even as a chronic pain girly, like with just my joints in general, like any pain that you get chronically fucking sucks. On the calendar. Oh, what? I found Rinko. There's Rinko sympathizers? What do they fucking say, Kev? What are they sympathizing for? She's a bitch. Like, she was a straight up bitch manipulator to not only Hinako, but like to the class itself. Oh. I don't know what's happening to your house, girly. I don't really have the answers for that. Girly, you should take a bath though. You're probably stinky as hell. Dear, what she's saying? I will say the Japanese sounds like different things in English. So I said, suck on these. That would be me towards Rinko, because she fucking sucks. I did hear what the English sounds like in this game, because Daki had the English on. That was fucking scary as hell. Why you... Ow, I hit the door. Hey. That was rude. Take my metal pipe. Okay, I need stamina. Hold on. Bonk. Bonk. Are you dead so? Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to take that, but you know, I guess I needed it. I'm gonna head on out. Yes, please take care. No, don't worry, bud. You have the chronic pains. Please take care of yourself with that. That is a-okay. Oh, Rinko sympathizers get pushed down the stairs by a friend who's got their crutch on her. Literally. Oh, hey, what up, my dude? I really... A dried carcass! Ow, he spit on me, bro. That's gross. Excuse me. I do kind of like the sickle. What happened to him? Oh, he walked over there.
That's what the lesbian said to her. PRTR ... double quotes, take my metal pipe ... ha ha ha.
Yeah, I didn't really look into this room before I entered. Ooh, okay, we can upgrade. We found another Emma. Take my fucking metal pipe. I do, oh! Oh, Jesus. Scared me.
すみませんね。お前、味ちゃんと見てんのか。薄すぎんだよ。こんなの茶色い泥水じゃねえか。こんなこともまともにできないのか。女に味噌汁が作れなくて何の価値があるんだ。
やめてよ。いつもいい加減にして。
うるせえ。親にその言い
I
方
don't
をなんだ。
like it.
引っ込んでろ。
お母さんもお母さんだよ。ちゃんと言い返せばいいじゃない。お父さんもそんなに気に入らないなら自分で作ればいいでしょ。上手なんでしょ。お料理。
ひなこやめて。お父さんにそんな言い方しないで。お母さんが悪いんだよ。
See what she...
お母さん何も悪くないよ。
Hinako's a good daughter.
お父さんだよ。
ひなこ。お父さんにそんなこと言うもんじゃないよ。
No.
行きな。早く。
Fuck her father. He's a bitch.
もう嫌いだったけど。お母さんも。
Yeah, he didn't do fucking shit. The mother just cooked the soup wrong. Sorry. need to be... Doesn't... Is there something else here? I was just running around in circles. Lesbian. Hehe. Literally like Sarah, we are all illiterate here, okay? Do not worry. Together we are illiterate. Oh, that one's following me. Hey, that thing's following me. It's following me. I don't like it. Ooh, Hinako's diary. I hate my dad. I wish he would just die. I hate my mom too. She deserves to die as well. Okay, your mom's just in an abusive relationship. But I see your point. If I could just... If I could just turn into a monster, then I'd take the two of them and crush them to death with my bare hands. I hate this house. I hate everything. Everything. Girly, don't worry. Oh, we'll put that there. And then I will go pray. Girly, I don't think you should have asked for that, because you know what we're getting? Exactly that. Nako's dad has sympathizers? Probably. Ooh, just like that. No, actually, I think he's pretty fucking chill. Like, no, he's fine. It's okay. He's fine. It's fine. No, it's not fine. He's not okay. Whoa. I can go that way? Oh, he came out from there. Okay. Running. Sprinting. Meow meow. 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 Oh yeah, she did like track and field. Letter from a man. What you got there, darling? Oh, letter from a man. I do not believe there is any reason you should be tied down by your younger self. Likewise, there is no reason your future self should be constrained by the you are today. Thank you, by the way, for the beautifully pressed flowers. It's the first gift I've received from you, and I will surely cherish it until the end of time. That's suspicious. That's suspicious with some things that I have seen. Whoa. Let's shut the fucking game there, bro. Okay, so I need to put a calendar there. Let me go see what's down that short hallway. That's for the calendar. Okay. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Yay. Hey, is there a monster over there? Oh. There, in fact, is a monster there. Oh, he heard me open up the door. Okay, what's over here? Hey, dude, I'm just checking. Oh, my back. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Picture frame. Picture of me. I can't remember when I was taking them. Well, I don't know. Yeah, know something funny? My phone autocorrected the name Hinaka to the word Chinatown for some reason. Chinatown Shimizu. We shall now begin to call Hinako Chinatown Shimizu. How did it get Chinatown? She can't remember when that picture was taken. Oh, I was just trying to leave. Running. Hiding. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Whoa. Girly. Flashbang. Hung the calendar on the wall. So that unlocked. Oh my god, he's still after me? Oh! Okay, not what I expected there. What's over here? Oh, hey, this ain't very good, brother. We used to play with this all the time. Girly, I don't think the rest of this room is very good. Something trying to hit me? Ow, he is trying to hit me. Oh, he's going sicko mode. Take my fucking... Ow, you're a lot brighter of a glowy. Ow, 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 ow. You bastard. Get out of here. God, why does he do that? Sarah, can I test something? My brother said about Twitch is real? Yeah, sure. What you gonna... I don't know why I'm asking what you're gonna test. I should just let you test it. Is he okay? Oh, I stunned him. Ew! Ooh. Anyways, what's this? I was alone, so I'm okay with playing by myself. That means I have the right dish and the left dish all to myself. I like playing with Kakashi dolls a lot. I'm extra careful to share them with the left Hinako and the right Hinako so far, so it's fair to both of them. Extra careful to share them with left and right Hinako. Does she have like split personality? Doesn't feel right. It feels like someone's watching me. Well, yeah, that's fucking creepy as hell. Meow meow. That's heavy. Right over. So the Hinako's sympathizers. What raid were you doing? Final Fantasy? Victim 2 to the same society, thus making her act in such a way to get... Okay, like, though I can see that, the way society is placed, that... She's light as hell, bro. That doesn't do anything. Wait, we need more heavy over there. Wait, we need one more light. No, you stay there. No, you stay there. Shit, fuck. Meow meow. Oh, hello. There's a person right in front of me. Anyways, I don't think that's like somebody, whether you have depression, anxiety, any sort of mental disorder, any sort of mental, like, it's just something hindering on you. Even if you've just lost somebody, like temporary stuff where it's now current events that are happening affecting you. It's no way to treat others. And that's what I stand by. I can understand where they're coming from in a sense of like, yeah, it's going to affect her and that's shitty. She is fucked up because of that. But like, that doesn't mean she can manipulate and be fucking vile to her best friend. To her best friends, because she was mean to even Sakugo too. Test for... Oh, for that word. Oh, fair. For the chair? I mean, I don't think I can say that word. I think it's for the streamers. I think chat can still say that word, Doc. It was a part of a society at the time. Yeah. Especially if they had... Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, so I'm gonna run around this little girlie. Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me, excuse me, pardon me. Oh. We're gonna put that in a place of this. Chocolate. Fine, I'll leave you for now. Okay. Okay, it's stuck. I wonder if I can go back one? Because I have a lot of stuff in my pocket right now. Just saying, when I saw... I was surprised. Yeah, no hate to you, Kip. I know how you feel. Oh, can I no go back? Can I no? Okay, forward it is. Wait, that wasn't even... Yeah, I can no go. No go no? No back no? No backsies? I keep go forward. That's crazy, that's what some people say. I will never have remorse for drowning Rinko in the lava. Hey, nah. Nah. Yeah, me no go back. Okay, so we're in a new area, so we gotta find... This place seems quite nice. Aaron requests, Hinako, I'm sorry to ask, but could you drop by Shu's house and buy that stomach medicine for me again? Also, please let his family know that I've been getting better thanks to them. Traditional medicine truly is better than all those modern drugs. Herbal remedies are far gentler on my body. Tell them that I'll pay my bill by the end of the month. Mom. Okay. Interesting. Try saying gay boy. Whoa! Oh, this is my main way. It was gonna be good. Thank you, glitching, for the raid. Sorry, oh god, we're getting beat up. Smacked her in the freaking face.
Hello, Raiders.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Sarah. I'm a variety streamer. We do mixed bag Mondays, Farmly Friendly Wednesdays, and Horror Thursday. Roar, please join us on this wild ride we call life.
Oh my god, please. Okay. You can't say that though. I should think about selecting that into automod then, those words. I mean, I guess I don't like the other word, but like... Oh. Hey, that's somebody's kitchen knife. Yeah, I like kitchen knife a lot. That's...
If you guys have a prime,
Oh.
slap that prime on the table like a big
What
fucking
is it? A
cock.
dead body?
Show everybody that you have a
Big fucking dick today.
Slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Oh. Out of my way, gay boy. Me. I think somebody's making their way down that hallway. Let's just go this way. Anyways, welcome in, glitching. Silent Hill F has been really fun. We're on the last 2 chapters of it. I've been enjoying it a lot. I really like this story. I said about the last Silent Hill, and I say it about a lot of games where I really want... Whoa. Oh god, something's out there. I've been saying about a lot of games when I play it, I'm gonna play it like instantly afterwards, I'm gonna play it again type of thing. But I do really want to play this because there's some... Whoa, what do I hear over there? Oh, he can't get in, okay. That's quite scary. I have so many things, but I don't have space. But I would like to get more things to offer. Okay, so, I'm not gonna open that door because that was quite scary. I'm gonna open that door, I'm gonna open that door, I'm gonna open that door. Get out of his line of sight. Get out of his line of sight. Toolkit? Oh, hold on. Okay. Oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ, leave me alone, I don't like you! Oh my god, I hate this. I'm sitting in such a way that I shouldn't be. Oh, I can pray. Oh, would you like that piece of candy? Okay. So in wise words, nope. In wise words, stamina. Okay. Okay. We have increased our stamina. I need to sit properly. I'm like sitting so casually as if I'm playing a cozy, comfy game. I'm not. And then, I know. I really want to play Mass Effect. I think because I just know it's such a time dedication. And then what happens is that I end up playing other, like, when I have the free time to play games after, like, streaming and whatnot, I end up playing games with friends. So then I play all these co-op games, and then I never actually have time to sit down and play other games. So that's typically what happens. Not the worst, because I play other games, but not the best, because you know what? I haven't fucking beat Baldur's Gate. I haven't beat Mass Effect again. I don't know if I want to cry again, I'll be honest. Fragrant letter. There are many creatures that discard their shells as they mature. I believe that the suffocating feeling you are experiencing is merely a sign that you are growing up. A hint that it is time to rid yourself of your shell. Don't think of it as a strange coincidence. Your name means baby bird. I am sure that... Sorry, I'm just thinking of the dried carcass. I'm sure of this simply pointing... This is simply pointing you to the fact that it's time for you to spread your wings and fly is drawing near. This is suspicious, and it's becoming very much. It feels like... Especially... Whoa. The fragrant letter. A letter from a man. It's getting a little bit more suspicious. That's a little disgusting. Block of wax. That's a normal uniform. Because this time there is a calendar already there. Let's find the other things. I too really want to play Mass Effect again. Oh, divine water. Divine light. I only found one. Meow meow. Meow meow. Nothing? That's interesting. Oh, I think there's a monster over here. Whoa, if I can get through the door. Oh. I don't like this. I don't like this. Play as pro shepherd. Oh, I should. If I fuck it up, then I can't afford to lose her. I can't afford to lose her. Never romance Jacob. He's a cheater. You're so right. What about? Can I romance? Fuck her up. Oh my god, I fucked her up. Oh my god, Jude bro from the last game. What's his... Oh my god, what's his name? That's a little scary. Dread Carcass. Oh my god, what is his fucking name? Meow meow. Vega, yeah! Can I romance Vega? I would romance Vega in the last one, I won't lie. I am never challenging him again. Though. Never. Never ever. Never ever ever. That was horrifying, challenging him to the fucking pull-up competition. I might do it again. It was very fun. It's just very, painful. Agonizing. See? She's like poetry. I don't like Ashley. I would save her, though, next time rather than the fucking other bitch. Is anything very low? No. Okay, I will leave that for now. Ooh, another Emma. They're giving me a lot of Emmas. Nothing in there. Ow! 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 Hey, I'm gonna get stuck again. Hope I don't get stuck again. Oh, I got stuck again. Excuse me, just checking the doors. Checking the door. Excuse me, pardon me. Just checking the doors. Hey, So that's a lot of... I think that's a doll. Oh no. Was that my shadow? Principal? It's better than Caden fight me. I will not fight you. Because I hate Caden. He's so annoying. Some guys are good romance. That is fair. Garrus is one of them. I love my Garrus. I love Garrus so much. Propane tube.
ガスが切れてるみたいだけど。チューブ。
Oh, increases inventory.
使えそうだ。
Oh. Is it a bird pattern? Hey, why you got a collection over here? Ow! She just hit me with the very tip of the sword. Okay, what was this saying about this? Okay, so it's a little birdie on it. I don't feel like I don't have a lot of stuff to do things.
これ、もうじき壊れるな。
Oh. Well, don't say that. Don't worry. I have toolkits. Whoa. Oh, bro. Yo, bro, why you got a real eye? Bro's got a real eye. I think that's her father. Got a splinter out of his head. Oh my god, the eye's following me. Fuck you. I should leave right away. I didn't leave right away. Okay, that was my own shadow here. Okay, so we have... That's fucking mortifying. That's horrifying. Worth it, except... I can't believe I got denied by Morden because I accidentally talked to him too much. So glad I did, but... Kasumi are good. I love Kasumi. I wish he was. I wish there was a little bit more of Kasumi. Doo-doo. 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 Let's go back there. I don't know. Hold on. Let's do my equipment. Items. Collectibles. That's the pipes. Block of wax. Propane pipe. Let's just go back to the beginning. I think I have the key for that, but I need to get it undone. Oh, you got my little leggy. Nothing in there. Can I hit that? Can I open it? Oh, from here on out, it's like that. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Shepard has 3. Gosh, Laurie, and maybe... because he's Canadian. Fair. Fair enough. Shrine. I don't think I'll have enough now. You know, if I didn't gamba so much... Oh, I might. A little bit more health. I think that might be the last health one. Nope. Still could have more. Not to romance him. Ain't good enough. There's no propane in here. I'm trying to like piece together things, but everything's so like scary in here. Because I can't go back. Correct? Correct. Is more... Damn. He still told me no, though. Meow meow. He still denied me. Because I was talking to him too much because I just love talking to Morden. And he thought I was trying to romance him. I'm like, no, sorry, my dude. I really wasn't. I was just yapping. Just wanted to hear you yap. Really just wanted to hear you yap, my dude? That's it. So sorry. So sorry to bug you. I feel like that wasn't like that. Okay. But there's a bird door over there. I don't have something to open that. That's a key. It's the bird door key. It's sealed in wax. If the elusive man was Roosevelt, I would not romance him ever. He's so mean. He's so freaking mean. I hate him. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Meow meow. Sorry, that song's stuck in my head. Okay, so I can't do anything there. Nothing's in there. But I need to be able to... Oh, it's not both ways, only one way. But I don't think there's a way to, like, melt what I have. That's what I'm trying to figure out before I leave this section. I try every door. What is it? A dead body. Woman dressed up as... Don't know that... I do know there's an adult video of a woman dressed up as Tim. That's so funny, especially saying Tim. I think that's very funny. How iconic of her, one may say. How very iconic. She's killing it, one may say. Ship looks really vulnerable right now. I should probably take my shot. Yeah, Caden's just so whiny. He was just so whiny from what I remember. From what I do know. I do remember. Oh. I'm not saying a lot of stuff, but I'm seeing a lot of stuff. And I'm seeing a lot of stuff that I'm like, oh, I don't like how this is adding up. I'm trying to see if there's a way for me to melt. Melt this key. Hey, Doves, how are you doing? But have you tried every door, princess? Slaps feet together. I know exactly how you mean you're slapping your feet together. Hey, fuck you, there's chocolate in here. Literally chocolate. Yes, princess. I think I have tried every... Well, I haven't tried this door. Meow meow. Fridge door? Meow meow. Because I got that. Like, am I able to come back? Meow meow. Because this is the only place that I haven't tried something. And it's that thing. Should leave right away. Hey, do you have anything to offer? I hate that there's an actual eye in that. It's really creepy. Is there anything here? That's there, that's there. I don't think... It's just that, but I have... Interesting. I wonder if there's something I missed earlier. Because I didn't go through the full first part of the house, but because, I don't know, I was coming to a zone where I... Wow, ouchie. That was quite rude of you. So we'll just go ahead. We'll just go to the next part. Because, oh well. I really don't care too much. Because there's a lot I already missed. Doing I don't know, found out someone in a complex. Shut everyone's water off. So what the hell? What the hell did do that? I'm doing good. A little tired. Oh my god, I've been streaming for so long already. Me, I'm gonna take it easy today. Maybe we'll play Dying Light after we finish this game. I haven't even beaten this game yet. Oh, hello there, little mans. Well, F stands for fun. Fun! Silent Hill fun! Whoa. Wow, I dodged so early. Okay. I have no stamina, ma'am. I did. Kitchen knife. I really shouldn't waste a lot of my health right now because I know there is a boss fight. Anyway, so we're gonna go this way. Oh, those are the man that I don't like. Anyways, we're gonna pray actually first. Okay. We're gonna get out of there. You quit real life? That'd be crazy. Oh, we're here. Wait. Oh, ouchie. Whee! Ow. Who did that? That's how I... That's what happened. That's what happened to me. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, that's so gross. Yeah, me too, girly. Oh, that was so gross. Oh. I have no stamina. Kitchen knife. Come here, kitchen knife. Ew. I'll let that happen again. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Oh. It took one more hit. Okay, so we're back at the beginning. Okay, okay. I see. So let me see if I can do stuff here now with the stuff that I've now found. Let me go through all the doors too. Because he needs something here as well. Okay, so we went down this way. Let's go to the other way. Like how the lick doesn't really do damage, just makes really... Yeah, because I think it's a representation of men. It's disgusting. Whoa. 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 Hey, gotta go open the freaking door. No, this isn't your house, girly. Dread carcass. I don't know, do you have a dread carcass in your house, ma'am? Or are you just happy to see me? Oh! Aww. Hey. Hey, so that's her entire friend group. Why is she crossed out? Ominous photo. A rather unsettling group photo that's hanging in the living room. It seems someone has taken a marker to it. Yeah, a marker to it to your face. Which random guy in her life? Maybe. Disgusting. No, don't leave me! No! No, you're not allowed to. Nah, why is... Oh, red capsule. Oh.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Okay, update. My internet, what happened to your internet? Gonna find it? Ah, the usual. Okay. I don't know why, but it appears each photograph can be rotated. There might be some kind of connection in the wait, what? In the writing on the group photo? The writing on the group photo? It's only me that's upside down. Which I have the photo for me. I love how she's separated from the rest of them. What if I make them all upside down? And then put me on the wall. I think I'm upside down. Besides the group photo, there's one of the collection of photographs. One seems to be missing, however. Well, it's no longer missing. Okay, fine. I'll be upside down. I'll do it. I'll take the bullet. We'll be upside down. Oh, wait, it fucking just flew off the wall. White bird and fox plate. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay. Didn't have to be that dramatic, now did ya? Oh, that was quite unsettling. I guess I should have looked around this first part of the house. Note for Hanako. Painting me too. Me too. Note for Hanako. I'm still alive, but tomorrow I'll make sure you draw your final breath. I don't care if it's your special day. Well, dearie me, who might write that? That's quite mean. That's quite mean. Note for who? Hanako? Who wrote that? Oh, that's where the bird room is in the other one. So, just our family liked Rinko more than us? I would see that. Because, like, also... Yay! Okay, propane tube. I didn't like that noise. Fletching key. So we got the key. Oh, you're so scary. I heard you walking. Kitchen knife. Hey, y'all. Kitchen knives are really strong. I think you meant... Oh, you're so right. Chinatown Shimizu. Sorry, I know. Just, you know, mixed it up. I just really... You know, the autocorrect in my brain went off and said Hinako. Like, I don't know how he got it, but you know, it's just autocorrected in my brain. Hey! Whoa! Yo! Ow! Oh! Yes. Yes. I love the axe so much. Okay, so we did that, solve that, did that, solve that. What was the fucking riddle for that again? I need to go back and read that because I think I have something for that one now, but I need something for that other one. This had the big scary monster, right? Big scary monster. Drinking water. Well, I won't be drinking that water. A certificate of full payment. Shimizu Kanta. Certificate of full payment. The certificate has been sent to clarify that Shimizu Kanta has paid all outstanding loans and hereby released from any further contractual obligations. We thank you for your continued patronage. I think that was for the fish place. The fish place called us and said thank you for your continued patronage. Weave. Bob and weave. Meowdy howdy, God, they cover you. Chinatown, that was it? Yes, that was it. I feel so fancy bringing out this giant thing to like sit from, but I love having a handle. I feel like every white basic girl, bro. Every white basic girl living the dream. Hello? Nothing there. Okay. So let me click on this. And let me... When did I put that one there? I didn't put that one there. Oh. Oh. Okay, so we don't need to go over here right now. That has something else that I don't know. There is one more door I didn't try over here. Let's try that. It's cold this morning? That's fair. How have you been doing, Gothic? How has work been? It's been wonky weather here. It's been like cooling down, but I think it's about to warm up again. Why? I don't know. It goes the back and forth of being warm and then being cold. I think I'm gonna go kill this bitch really quick. Get paid my dip. Might have... So I think the paid debt might have been... Yeah, so there's some images that I've seen of like fan art. Not like... Oh. Sorry, I was trying to donate this stuff. And like I said, I've been talking about it the whole time. I think this is very much about arranged marriage, and I think that might be, something along that line. Of type of arranged marriage, Why are you here? Oh, he's gonna lick me again. How do I open it? I don't know. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. That was gross. I didn't know he was over there. Okay. It's been good? Hell yeah. Glad work's been good. Honestly, I'm just a little tired, but because I had TwitchCon this weekend, so that was quite fun. Enjoyable. Oh, that's what was in that room. I need to go back to the other room. Excuse me, pardon me, just passing by. Okay. Okay, so we're trying to get over there. We have the key for that now, so let's go. Chat. Oh my god! Miss her arm, chat, I miss her arm so badly. I agree with chat. I'm stuck on a little... Ooh, if you think about the arranged marriage thing and like very much just like the wife do what wife be told, it very much reflects a lot of like the monsters, and I don't like that. What we eat today? Oh! My eyes. Oh, it's because you owed a debt? She's sugarcoating something. You were tricked by a fool? He took all your money as your fault? Damn, she called him out. Mom has to cut expenses. People are laughing at Junko because she's wearing old clothes. The money was our family. Damn. Just a little bit of happiness. Cut the crap and apologize to meet Junko to mother. All the trouble you caused us. That was a knife! He just took a knife to his daughter. Could you go grab groceries? I mean, I know she hates her mother, but... Oh, that was a whole machete, bro. That's a big kitchen knife. Had enough of this? Why the hell does she think she's talking to? You're being a bitch. So he tried to kill her because he got mad at her. Women are treated no differently than animals. That's why she saved the fox one time, because she saw sympathy for the fox, which is fine. I love a good fox. But that's what the fox was saying. In the other spiritual world, it's just like, you saved me once, which I think is that one. Would you do an arranged marriage if the guy was Mr. Fox? The Mr. Fox is kind of nice. I will say it's quite unfair that I had to peel off my face and he didn't have to. He has a normal face, so that's quite mean. You're overreacting slightly. Still shit. Still shit. I see nothing wrong with him. He's just a guy. He's just a little angry. I'm thinking the arranged marriage actually might not even be for her. It might have been for Jungkook. Unless she actually fell in love and got married to somebody. But either way, he wasted a lot of their money. Oh, well, let's head back. That is no way, but that is definitely like single, now married. Maybe her sister's room. I'm scared that it's her room as well. Okay, well, let's leave this one. Hello. Get out of there. I got really stressed in my head. When I get really stressed, I get dizzy because I'm just like, Excuse me, going through the door. Pardon me. Excuse me. Sorry. Willing what we eat today? We eating. Who we eating? We're eating people? It's right around there. So I don't know how to open that door. So sorry, Shu. I haven't found any more Emmas, but I haven't upgraded sanity at all. Nope. I'm about to heavy attack with that knife. Nothing in there. Finish that one. Okay. So let's do this. Hold on. Sword and a fox. Fought. Behind the scale. Actually, don't remember. Hold on. Shuddered. Struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox and set on the sword. Scales upon which they fought. However, there were no more, having been destroyed long ago. Oh! Oh, nope. Or rotate. Should it be that? That man over there, okay. Jokes here? What? I caught on. You're being a freak. Scales which they fought, however no more, having been destroyed a long time ago. I wonder if this is... What's on the... That's the bird. Stressing me out over there. Okay. I see my room. Red capsule. Oh.
Oh! シュウ君から電話だよ。
今いないって言って。
いるって言っちゃったよ。
Why does she have a pile of letters?
買い物に行ってるとか言っといてよ。
はいはい、わかったよ。
She just drank something. She drank something in that corner. Why is she still there? She hid a whole bunch of letters. She had like a pile of letters, which I think is from a man. 'Twas poison. Romeo and Juliet. Oh.
私が見えてるよね。 とうとう私の声まで聞こえるようになったんだ。
There's 2 Hinakos. 2 Chinatowns.
そんなとこに立ってないで入ったら、ちょうど話がしたかったところだから。
There's something about that medicine that we learned about saying, holy shit, she's so rugged.
自分でもおかしいと思うの。自分で自分がわからない感じ。
To not have grasp of yourself?
自分の気持ちが自分で理解できない。
To not understand your own feelings? She's freaking me
何
out.
の話をしているの？
She's freaking Hanako out. What the fuck you mean?
あなたは私で、私はあなたじゃない。
You're me, but I'm not you? That's my guess?
あなたは誰？私がひなこなら、あなたは誰なの？あ、ひなこなのは同じ。でも、心はもう清水ひなこじゃないのかもしれない。
Heart and mind anymore? What?
はやめて。何の話をしているの？あんたこそとぼけるのはやめて。
I'm not playing dumb with you.
何もわからないふりをしているの。ね、しっかりと私と向き合って、ちゃんと考えて。
I don't know what's happening, man. Why are you yelling at me?
私はね、あんたをすぐに殺すこともできたんだよ。でもしなかった。なんでかわかる？ちゃんとあんたと。
She's saying she could have killed me off at any point, but I don't get
清
that.
水ひな子と本気で話がしたかったから。
She sounds like she's having a sanity break. We have to fight, you and I? Why?
そして全力で殺し合わなくちゃいけない。なのにあんたは逃げ回るだけ。それどころか真剣に私たちのこと
You're
を考
taking
え
this seriously? I am. I'm just confused. You're yelling at me.
これ以上あんたが逃げ回るならもういい。もう今度こそあんたを殺すから。あんただけじゃないからね。
Can I end with you? I'm gonna kill mom and dad too. Oh.
こ
Oh.
の家もこの町も消し去ってやる。リンコもサクコも殺す。
Well, I killed him in the other
そ
world.
してもちろんあんたの大切な相棒もね。シュはどこにいるの？ねえ、シュってそんなに大事？あんたのこと未だに宇宙戦争ごっこの相棒だと思ってるんだよ。
Oh.
あんたのこと女だとさえ思ってくれてないんだよ。
Does she like him then? Did Hanako also like him? This Hanako is
全然問題ない。シュウは大切な私の相棒だ。殺されてたまるか。
oh. I don't know what's happening. Shannon is dead. This ghost in her mind. The mind is broken. There might just be. Yeah, because earlier they've been talking about even Rinko and Shu have been talking to each other of like, she's dead. Like, Hanako's dead. Like, why are you still treating her like this? As we're with them trying to hide and find stuff. So I'm very, like, confused. Like, excuse me. I see the image, but I can't piece it all together. Oh, I lost my knife. She did? Okay. He was just annoying me. he just annoyed me. That was really weird. Is Shu okay? But then it also makes me intrigued about Shu, because, like, did she also like him? Because he liked her, obviously, because that's the whole thing why Rinko's so mad at her. It's just like, you hurt him. It's way here? Yeah. What's this? Oh, first aid? Okay. Squelching noises gets me every time. It's freaking gross. So I agree. Did I find another Emma? No. Okay, so I have enough to pray next time. Ooh. Red capsule. Unknown area. Okay. Oh, cutscene. Why is everybody laughing here? Oh. Oh. I don't care about her. Oh, well, she's crispy. Why is she so... Oh, that's how we killed them in the other place. We definitely set her in lava. We set Rinko in lava. The other girlie just died in the dark. Been waiting for you? Why have they been waiting for Hinako? Who's waiting for us? Oh, I don't think that's very edible. I don't know if it's for realsies. Oh, that's her parents.
Hinako, 遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。
What's happening? There's a lot of fish on the table. I know it's common to eat, but like, I don't like how it looks.
ご一同様。包丁のさよ。どうぞご覧ください。よー。
That's like the big monster we fight in the town. Oh. Well, I knew he was a boss fight, but like, I didn't like this. She's literally fighting off everybody she's met except for Shu. We have not fought Shu. Everybody who's had bad thoughts about her, we have fought. I don't want this. I only have 2 weapons, bro. Oh, and her mother? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Okay, I really need to watch my stamina. Oh, I can't afford to lose a weapon here. I love how her mother... Oh! Is she dead? Ow! Ow! My ears! Current struggles are a failure? Oh, I love how it says jacket still on him. 15 swing combo, yeah! She really did. Oh, I have an axe. Okay. Oh. I think her mom's out for the count. I knew he looked like one of those things. But you're there with the attitude? Well, you've been a bitch. Ouchie. I'm just gonna stay with you for a second. Mom really only had a 15 swing combo. So why I'm like, I'll take her out first. Oh, whoopsie. I timed that so wrong. Oh, gee. So polite of him to just stare at me while I was stunned. Oh my good heavens. I've beat one of these before. I could do it again. Oh! I was about to hit my toes. I'm too far away for that. I need to make sure I don't lose this weapon. I didn't time that at all. Okay, hit him one more time and I think fine. This is stressful. He's fucking huge. Well, I don't know why I said that. Hit him once. And then we repair because I can't lose this. This is my best freaking weapon. Are you okay, my dude? Are you okay? Get your knife! Oh. I hate dodging. Ow. Ow. Ouchie, my ears. Okay, okay. Nice. He spun. So I'm not a valley girl, so we're doing perfect valley girl. What sentence did I say like a fucking valley girl? Oh, good heavens. Okay, come on. Yay! Okay. Oh, Mom was just taking a nap on the floor. Didn't even finish off the mom. She just said, I'm just gonna, you're like good enough. I'll just sleep here. I love how she gives the look of like, I'm sorry, but I have to do what he says. Ooh. That furry. Oh, I don't like that. I don't think I like that noise. Finish the duo pretty easy. What? What? What?
お父さん、お母さん。
Oh, good heavens. Like, she loves her... Oh. Oh, no. I hate valley girls. They're so fucking mean. I would never. Also, I love my brown hair. So I think they're fucking dead. She is like the love-hate relationship, but she loves her family. She just wishes they were fucking like different. Oh my god, his arm! It's our arm! Honestly, at this point, girlie, you just take what he fucking gives you. You fucking pass the fuck out. I love him. I can't figure out what's happening. Like, I can't put that final piece of, like, what the fuck is going on. Like, what is it? Does she have two personalities? Is she having a psychotic break because of her family? Was she manipulated by a man? Type of thing? All of the above? fucking arm is so funny. Why did he drink that? She has no strength in that arm. I don't think he's bad, but I don't know.
皆様に愛想を尽かされてしまうでしょうか。
そんなことは私が許しはしない。
Why did I have to peel off my face but not you? She got the long acrylic nails on. Drink from the same bowl? Possibly. I don't know too much about. I mean, it would make sense. I would understand the, how many bowls do we have? How many bowls are we going through? Grandma strong arm. I fucking love that. That's her strong arm. Except she also has nothing. Mixture of rice and water often contains divine power. Oh, okay. Cool. We have divine power. Did she kill her wife in regret? Block the memory out? We must know. Did he kill? Yeah. Like what? Indirect kiss. Oh my god, he's indirectly kissing us? Her little mask is so cute. That was so many bowls that we went through.
ありがとうございます。
そうか、気をつけて。そうだ。君にこれを。
Here, does she... Aww. See, that's the way of wording it like that is strange. I think if he is a reference to any of the Inari spirits, it's definitely the one she saved as a kid. And he's gone, but he's in our heart and always here. Yeah, she's bleeding from the face just a little bit. A brooch. It's a very cute brooch. She just had a little cut on her face, you know. A very old and valuable piece of jewelry decorated with a delicate fox. With the brooch, you are now able to open doors and boxes bearing the same design. Oh, okay. Wait, anything else? Oh my god, I never went through any of these. Like, wait, I can counter things? Oh, it's only with certain ones. I remember that. Okay. Cool. I guess we're owning people now. I mean, it's in the sense of the marriage and that the wife will do what the husband says. Type of thing. This is where we walked through earlier. Yippee! Wahoo. Oh, the little foxes are so cute. Doll's not tried to claim the property yet. You're right, the doll has not. I still love the doll's reactions. Because, like, it's too far gone in this playthrough. I truly don't care. I want to see how this plays out. But it is so funny seeing the doll. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I fucking told you to run. Why didn't you fucking run? Did you not trust him? Exactly. So I think it's very funny. Anything on these? Do I have anything to offer here? Nope. I think this is like the final chapter-ish. Prove your intent with the crest. The crest 3? Show it lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. Offer the crest and lay bare your soul. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He notices not the two birds' conflict. Oh, these are where we... 2 birds. That had something to do with earlier. There was the 2 birds, the white and the black one. Which is her. She is a bird. She is a baby bird. Damn. That door freaking closed. Maybe I should stop opening doors. Wait, let me... It's sealed with talismans. Maybe I should look the rooms first. Fuck. Okay, let's go. I have a spooky arm. Don't mess with me. Ow! Ow! Hey, whoa! There's 3 of y'all. Damn! Please stop hitting me. I need to steal their souls. Steal their souls. Welcome home. I'm glad you made it home safely. And you made it home safely. Triplets, literally fucking triplets, dude. I don't know if she's alive. I don't know if she's alive. Oh, okay. We're in an unknown area. Sure, I guess. Oh. Okay, this opens back up here. Oh, the talismans are gone now. Okay. I feel like something's here then. Or not, just like, oops, sorry, wrong room. It's very freaky. Freaky indeed. This doll likes Hinako. Some people have been telling me to follow the doll and that the doll is right. This isn't the right way, is it? I don't know, but I didn't look at this room, girly, so I need to look at it, okay? He got something in his mouth. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I make you feel better? Oh. Ornate scroll. Purify once and for all. Leave the filth of your world behind. That's a little suspicious. That's a... that would be a statement of Doc saying, don't listen to it. Oh. What did I say? Maybe I listened to the strange fox, and we just follow down the fox path, you know? Oh, I hate those little dolls. Hound slightly reduces current max stamina after defeating enemies. Oh, slightly restores. Restores after defeating. I missed it. What did it prove me right again? Okay, hold on. Never got the key again. Would it be a document? Yeah, ornate scroll. Scroll. Purify once and for all. Leave the filth of your world behind. It was in a fox statue that I pulled the little... I helped the fox statue, and that's what it said. Like, oh, I wasn't looking at you! Ow, why are there 2 of you? How do I do it again? Frick you. I hate your ass. Bonk. Bink. Are you dead? Okay, we put the arm away. They made us bring out our buff arm, dude. Ooh. There's a lot of scrolls here. Okay, it's donation to the shrine. I try to not use any of that. and try to donate it always to the shrine, but I have accidentally eaten it a couple times. Oh, I don't like that that came through the walls. I have a lot of first aid kits. Probably should start using those. So, oopsie. What happened to the little foxes? Why is there so many of them? Okay. This is a different app. Oh. It appears to me that she's crying. I love the way her spine looks. It's so cool. Hey, wasn't that? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Oh. Talismans. How do I break the seal? It's been many times that I have to kill everything in the rooms. Is there anything else? I can open doors, and I can open things now with that seal. I lose my sanity when I do that. Maybe it's time to get my sanity up. Possibly. Possibly not, though. Maybe we just choose to ignore it. What's this? Housemaid's note. Shortly after I became a maid, there was talk of an arranged marriage of a young heir to a noble woman. This led the heir to unceremoniously ending all his scandalous relationships with the woman. I thought that said a young man, including a young housemaid named Sachi. I thought that said young man. Sachi came from a family of poor farmers, but her beauty shone brighter than the sun, something that had caught the young heir's eye. By the time his marriage was being arranged, she had already had a life growing inside of her, and the two had made vows to run away and start a new life. Oh, and yet the young heir cruelly would only cast her aside. Likely he simply did not want his prospective marriage to be ruined. Damn. They kicked Sachi out, drove her to some far off place where they could forget her existence despite the piece of family she carried with her. People say she was fighting back tears so hard that blood began to trickle from her eyes. That sounds like the strict mother. Ooh, what's in here? I burnt it. Black sparrow crest. Okay, so we have one sparrow crest. Are you burned now? Thank you. Open your. I see. Hey, train. I could gamba. Abandoned once and for all. Familial ties. Ties must be severed. Oh. There's a lot of crust here. Huh. Guess I gotta put it in the right spot. Can I go here? Girly, I don't like this, girly. Housemaid note. So the Tsunekis are the most notable family in the area and are known for their wealth. Generations. Each head of the family has possessed a talent for business and acumen that have utilized during times of social unrest amassed a large fortune. However, given the great many suffered while they grew rich, of course, their actions have often drawn envious eyes. When I first entered into the service of the Tsunekis, my grandmother shared some of my family rumors that swirled around the family. Oh, so many. Shared so many. Each time the world falls to pieces, the Tsunekis' treasures only grow larger. The Tsunekis are happy, waiting for misfortune to strike so that they can line their pockets. Who are the Tsunekis? and what be happening? What? Strict mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. Your real last name is Tsuneki. It is told that those of the Tsuneki's lineage are destined to bring good fortune when the world is in disorder. In fact, that is how your father earned succession in the Tsuneki's lineage, and you have inherited your father's blood. To make your name, I took one character from your father's name and one character from mine. That way, when anyone from the Tsuneki family hears your name, they'll immediately know you are our child. That's fucked up. Also fucked up and smart. Oh, there's so many gifts in these little things. You offered nothing to me this time. So I came from that door. Unknown area. Oh. Hey, I don't like that. What the fuck is that? I feel like this isn't the right way when I end up in these places. Because this is like the dungeon. Oh, it's one of these guys. I forgot about these. Ow! Oh, there's two. Ow! Oh my god, please stop! Oh my god! What the freak, dude? They fucking demolished my ass. Oh my god. Hinako, run. Run for your fucking life. Take a pill. Hinako, take the fucking pill! Is it 6? I think it's 5. Oh my fucking god. Ew, icky, big, ew. I just need to get rid of him. Okay, he's gone. Oh, immediately started smacking his friend. Okay. It's fine. That's fine. Yakuza series on sale on Steam. Fuck yeah. I think I own every single one of them. Because Coco ended up buying some of them, so now the family owns them all. Is she good? Bro, I don't think she was that good. I think I got her fucked up. I don't know if there's a way. What's this? Oh, that's kind of a garish picture. Let's go in here. Is this the right way? Ah, it's not the right way. Yeah, okay, so it was front. Okay, we defeat them one by one. There you are. Oh my god, I'm so scared. This is like fighting Nemesis. That's... The fucking big stomps like that? It's fucking... Okay, only one. I have no stamina. Oh! Okay. So... dive in. Hi, Graham. How are you? Oh, Jesus Christ. You need to actually complete the Yakuza game other than the first one. I need to actually play them. They are just so long, which is not bad. It's just... there are long games. Game a bonus point if the dog everything could double grab you, lick each side of your face. That would be awful. It would be fucking awful if he did that. Oh, unfortunately, this is the right way. I don't like what's here. Oh, I didn't do it all the way. Hey, so I really don't like this guy. So I'm gonna do this. What's here? I'm just... Right. Oh, damn. Okay. Anyways, back to normal. 1, 2, 3. I don't really want to use my sanity now since I use it for other things. God, just the same person coming up and licking. Gross. Are you stuck in an ad? You're stuck in an ad. Pause really quick. So long? That's what she said. Damn. The ridiculous. Say, Kevs, know what's up. Kevs agrees. It's no longer that's what she said. It's that's what he said. That's what he said. Kev said it. Bandage. Honestly, at this point, I actually really need that. Anticum. I will take it. That's really cool. There should be another one. I think I'm gonna go run and go piss girl. Innocent and afraid. The sparrow is definitely a representation of her. And I don't know. I wonder if that's him. I don't know. I do need more emblems, but is there any more scrolls here? No, I didn't find any. Oh, here we go. Be reborn once and for all. You are Shimizu Hinako. No more.
Hi.
I don't think, girlie, I don't think that's a good idea, but here we are. Oh, here, I'll leave you on this page. This is quite nice. You get that. You said bandage, and I thought you said bondage, and I was confused. Damn. What you thinking about over there? I will be right back. I'm gonna get you, Nessie. Hydrate.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, there you go. I will be back. I'm gonna go take my cups, get something to drink. Born as your husband's property? Yeah, that's what it fucking seems like, Steve. You're entirely correct. I'll be back. Yellow. Yellow. What if I was a hex girl for Halloween? I don't know if I have. Oh, Lurk. Are you going to bed, Pizzuto? Oh, yeah, it checks out. Okay, go sleep. Checks out. Keep your sleep schedule normal. Okay? Smash? I mean, real. Everyone's favorite cryptid? Oh my god, favorite cryptid? Mine's Mothman. I have the Mothman plushie. I love him so much. Do it? Yeah. Which hex? I don't know. I don't know if I have like the actual. Also, I got little kitties. I don't know if I have the actual like equipment. Need a napkin. Like outfits to do it, but that'd be quite fun. I don't remember their fucking names. I mean, the options of color is literally red, purple, or green. I think I would have to be... I think it would only have stuff to do red. That would make sense. Favorite D&D monster? Hey, you know, that's good enough. What's your favorite D&D monster? I'm a hex girl, and I'm gonna put a spell on you. Oh my god, yes, you have talked about those. Local big hunt. Soto that... Miss Soto? Why did I say Miss Soto? Cryptid Land. Cheesy roadside attractions gone terribly wrong. Mothman was my big feature in it. That's so cute. I think, like, Mothman is one of my favorites. Doc did call me out on it, and one of my other favorite ones, and it adds up, is the, Fresno pants. The Fresno walkers. They're so funny and silly, and I love them so much. That's a fun little cute thing to do, though. Because cryptids are so fun. I really do love cryptids so much. Fresno walkers? Yeah. The Fresno pants. That's just some pants. Walking. Mothman or Dare? What's that? Dare you to keep being a silly goose. I love that. Of the Fresno walkers, bitches look like pants and they walk. That's quite literally all. Quite literally the entire thing. Ooh, there's a lot more of these now. I feel like it's... Not call... I think it's that way now. Whoa. Oh, there's a lot more doors. There's a lot more doors here now. Sarah knows Carl McGraw? Yes and no. What? I know that. I know that name. What the frick is that? No, don't do it. Just opens the door. What's that? Strict mothers. Good morning, my handsome boy. I just think of every time I talk to my cat. I have good news, indeed good news to the Tsuneki as always. Always accompanied by the news of someone else's death. Your father and that woman have kept as a pet, have both gotten sick and died, and now your grandfather, the head of the house, invited you to Tsuneki's residence to make you successor. It is a pity that you couldn't reacquaint you with your father, but at least I was able to make you a successor of the Tsuneki lineage. This kind of sounds like, I'm not gonna lie, it sounds like the boy that, Hinako, saved, that Chinatown saved at the beginning from the fox. Not necessarily bad on the fox, she saved both the fox and him, but because then he was like, I'm sorry we couldn't, like, meet up and reacquaint or like whatever. I'm leaving town tomorrow, like leaving suddenly. Because sounds like this. I don't know. Sounds like Big Daddy issues. Exactly correct. I can use this? Oh, this door stayed open. Okay. Oh, letter with a pressed flower. There used to be nothing I hated more in the world than being forced to live as a proper girl. But when I think of you, I start to wonder if maybe, just maybe, there's a reason I was born a girl. I hope these feelings will reach you with the dandelion seeds. Like dandelion seeds. She sent a pressed flower to the one man because she got a letter from the man. Bread and milk, you will get back one day? Yeah. This is the letter, though, that she sent out. So she has a crush on a guy. And I don't think it's Shu. But I think she also did like Shu. But I don't know what Shinako's talking. But I also feel like she's being manipulated. I can't tell. I don't know. I don't have the final piece of information. Give me a dandelion. I tell him to fuck off. Damn. You said fuck off. Why you send me a dandelion? Are you eating my snack? How I crumple it and put it over here so I can throw it away. A living. Oh. Oh, good heavens. At least send me a sunflower. Okay, you really sell that. You said, at least send me a nicer flower. Send me one I like. Has such big paws. Cute and adorable. A living sacrifice shall be offered every 8 years, for nothing else can quell the wrath which dwells in the water deep. She shall be a maiden, fair and pure of heart, and blood which flows through her veins shall be that which has been blessed by the stars and is... Oh... and is beloved by fate. Let it be known that only the most suitable sacrifice shall quench the being's vicious thirst. The duty of finding such a sacrifice shall fall upon the head of the house. Oh. Hey, girlie, this is getting more suspicious by the hour. Ain't nothing here. Hey, that's a spine. Not gonna lie, because I saw Jordy open up Warframe. There's a spine that I have to give to update my rank for one of the planets, and that just reminded me of that. Oh my god, the world felt like it tilted when I went into that. Oh my god. Let's see, door number 1. Not the right one. Oh, we have to fight these bitches? I like how they're just stomping around. Hold on. They can wait, so I'm gonna stir my coffee. I got more coffee. My mom made a second pot specifically for me. Since I was very tired and eepy. Oh my god, he's going the long way around. Oh my god, they're fucking swinging like madmen! Ouchie. Okay, only one. Oh, only none. I killed them. Mother. That's me. Eat your peel, Hinako. Eat your peel, Chinatown. I can't believe your phone auto-corrected to Chinatown. Okay, so I'm thinking we're gonna have to fight a lot of these. Is there like any... Ooh. Oh, are you gonna show me which way? That way? Sacrifice once and for all, body and soul, make pure for rebirth. After all, that is yours.
全てを捧げます。
Oh, I don't think I found... No, none of them had anything in it in the second room.
という貴様のものです。
Hey, so the walls are speaking to me? The walls are saying... The walls are squelching. Hey, the walls are saying funny words to me. The walls are saying very funny words to me. Oh, you're birthing those? Everything it could have been. It had to be one of those. I'll win one of those. Oh, hey, get off me. Oh. I'm not even seeing it happen. Am I in the wall, please? Oh. Get me the frick out of there. Ow! I got it! Oh my god, nom 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 nom. Why no biting Kai? No. How's she? Oh my god. Oh, okay. Well, that's quite mean. I just need to get rid of this guy. Boom. Boom. Do this. Big. Hell yeah, okay. I didn't want to use my big thing. Can I siphon your soul? No, you're dead. So, yeah, the walls are speaking a lot to me, and I don't think that's a good sign, but you know I'm gonna get that last thing. Oh, they stopped talking. Is that my man? Oh, he's here. Hell yeah. Oh. But he knows his sister. Wait, but oh. So Junko knows that she was decapitated. It's gone. What is gone? Today only? This will be our little secret? What? If it happens to remain alive even after today? Kill you first if I must? For his sake as well? What the frick do you mean? Man said, I'll give you some space. Takes 5 steps back. So she became one of the birds. They're in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. They're in the goddamn walls. She decided she'll kill me if I don't succeed in killing him. I don't know who him is. Then we should press on. Okay, so I think her sister's dead. I don't know. I don't know. What are those funny little words that I heard in the distance? Fox mask crest.
あなた様のお印ですね。
What an interesting... Let's look at all these pictures. Fox at the table. Man killing the fox. Fox killed man, but hurt. Women... help fox. Woman married fox. Last image gone. That's suspicious. Last image gone. Mass Effect is on sale. Fuck yeah. Everybody who does not own Mass Effect, buy Mass Effect. Right meow. Those are not the right spots at all. Let's put him there. These are not good spots. Let me look at the journal, because I don't remember what the journal told me. Mural. $5 for a legendary bundle. See, everybody should get it. Prove your intent with the Crest 3, what lies deep within your heart. Let the line of foxes guide you. I don't know where that came from. Offer the crest to lay bare your soul. The blackbird wishes to take the white bird. The white bird wishes to resist. The fox brings along his followers in triumph. He noticed not the two birds in conflict. Should I give me you? Give me you. Give me you. Okay. Think that one correct. We have a couple options here. I feel like those two are fighting. Those two are just going the other way. Worth 600, but yeah, they're definitely worth 60. Especially even 60 for a legendary bundle, like all three, still great price. 5 is a fucking steal, and everybody should get it. More, you can't handle the truth. Well, Hanako really is struggling with the truth. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who is who, because like some of them, like that's their lantern in there. That's the fox just minding his own business. This also could be the fox in there with that. It was showing shiny in that. Let me still try. I still think this guy, because he's the most like meow, meow, meow. I'm gonna try a couple here. Give me that. There we go. Okay, I was like, I have two options here. It was between those two. Chinatown is struggling, but who's the other person? That's the image that I've seen. I've seen another person. I've seen an image of another person, Doc, but unfortunately, it's not even me telling spoilers because I don't know what the fuck it is. So I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding something here. The final, like, little pieces of the information of the... Oh, hey, buddy. Is like missing. My little things are missing. I think I am marrying this man. I mean, he has literally claimed me. Is this yours? Oh, thank you. At least he gives me gifts. Can I... He sets a delicate object in my hand and I have this giant, massive fucking hand.
Sa, kimi mo.
Sir, I don't have delicate hands anymore. I still find it funny, though, of the image that I seen of him being Pergonante. Two rings! Can't give spoilers, but I can. True, you could.
はい。
At least is she struggling? He's just like, it's okay. Is he putting it on? No, okay. Was that in the game? Why did that sound like the vine boom?
一緒だから、ここまで来られました。
Spoilers. This game takes place in Japan.
No fucking way.
最後まで。
Well. Okay. That part's done. Do-do-do-do. 2 portals open. Doors to a secret world. Okay, so we're on the final chapter now. This is taking me a lot longer. I think I'm a little... Oh my god, they're chonkless. Like, she hated her parents, but I still understand that she loved them. And watching them go like that is traumatic. Oh, the entire place is filled with flowers. Hey, girly, so that was that big monster that was there? Oh, and I guess there's more, too? I don't think that particular monster took everything, but I agree. Come here, get kitchen knifed. Get kitchen knifed. I love... Ooh, what's that? Ooh, toolkit, actually quite handy. I need to itch my wrist, sorry. My bad, G. Where am I going now? My front yard is a mess. Crowbar, I'll do that for a sickle. Oh, hey, oh, hey. Hey, you see her down there? Is she backing up? Is she backing up? Hey, can I have... Oh my god, that's... I hate the crying because I know what that... Oh, that stupid little fucking thing. I want my arm back. Okay, you're... Come here. Oh, not this again, please. Oh, I was mid-swing. Reminds you of the witch from Left 4 Dead. That's so true. I can hear that. Ow. Ow, okay, okay. I'm sad, I lost my kitchen knife. Wow, please. Okay, 6. 6? Yeah, okay. Okay, okay. Is there anything I can steal from here? Bandage? Okay. Okay, we'll take that. We'll take that. The crying makes it so fucked up of what those monsters are. So it's so sad seeing them. Okay, time to follow the big scary monster again. Well, hey, we'll pray really quick. What could happen? Didn't I find another Emma? I did. I did. Increase health. Damn. How much can I get my health up? Oh, fuck you! Jesus Christ! And they are? Pretty sure it's like pregnant lady. Organante. Fuck you. I didn't even see her change her weapon. Okay. Wait. What if I just say... What if I just say making my way downtown? Oh, there she is! Oh. Get back over here! I'm gonna kiss your ass. Oh, wait to find another one of you. Okay, no stamina. Okay, I need stamina, please. I got more health, but now I need a lot more stamina. Oh. Oh, hello, that's not good. Please don't be a okay. Oh, everybody's up hitting me, please. Oh my god, everything's happening! Everybody's in front of me. Ow! Fix that? Okay. So we're running out of weapons. Ow, that's gross. Oh. Is she gone? Okay, she's gone. Is there like any weapon nearby? Because these weapons are not last. Oh, a baseball bat! A baseball bat! Kitchen knife! This. Yes. The excitement for a fucking kitchen knife. Hey, so we're by her friend's house. How sweet and lovely. Oh, name Shimizu Hanako. Last seen, colored uniform, colored skirt. Details of appearance. Left home, met with, wearing a... Did she meet up with a man she was sending letters to? What if when you run out of weapons, Chinatown just starts fist fighting? I would love that. I would really love for Chinatown to start just fist fighting.
こうはならない。絶対。
Hey, where's the front of my friend's house? Get out of my way. Bonk your face. Ow. Hey, not me. I just didn't even try. Get out of my way. No, stop it. Stop it. Eat the pill. I don't even need to fight this one. Okay, she's dead. Okay, okay. I should get rid of the baseball bat, but I don't want to. Not the baseball bat, the axe. Crowbar! Okay, so we're getting a lot of weapons. I put myself in a corner, oh no! Oh, what's happening? What's happening? Everything's happening. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, so there's a lot of things here. Really, stop spitting those out of your... Yeah. Yeah, give me back my happiness. Oh. Oh. Hey, so things are clicking in my brain a little bit, and I wonder... Damn, she goes ham with that. Oh, she killed it. Okay. Hey, so we're at her friend's house. I have the mailbox key. Do you think I can find the mailbox? Oh, sickle. I'll just replace the kitchen knife. I do really like the kitchen knife. I'm gonna see really quick. I probably shouldn't. Oh, I can. Oh my god. Oh, that's disgusting. Greatly increases weapon durability, performance during light performance. Okay. Oh, letter from the hospital. University department. Sorry, test result. We have compiled a test result for Sakuko. So this is okay. So she went to the fucking hospital. No abnormalities found. Observation shows characteristics of mild autism. All other tests result within normal range. Note: it is not unusual for pubescent. I'm gonna forget that word. I don't know why I'm saying it funny. Children to claim that they see or hear things that are not real. As they mature, the issues tend to resolve themselves on their own, so I believe there's no need to concern regarding the fear of the dark. Her response are proper and natural. Continuing to scold her may only worsen her condition. Please do not trouble yourself over Sakuko. Simply raise her with love and affection and let her mature in her own pace. That's cute. That's really cute. Sakuko got hit with the autism. You gotta die, buddy. You gotta die. I gotta go after it. Ow! Don't spit on me. Is it open? It's not. Ooh, what's that? Is there another monster? Oh no, it's this way. Do I see her? I don't want to fight her. Ayo, she's really scary. What's happening to me? Oh! Hey, so that's like me. I like how it's in front of the market again. Exactly where the day started. Girly, that bitch has a fucking strong arm like you did in the other world. Oh? Doing is incredibly rude, but also you should already know that by now. She's also decapitated. Like this, the monster. This is who Junko was talking about. Do I have to fight Junko? Thank you, Kev, for your 30-minute honk. Now die? What? The path of self-preservation, I refuse. That's the achievement that I just got. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, bro. Your child is normal, just let her grow up. I said, your child is a piece of shit. Beat her until you believe she's normal when her dad hurt. The foxes are welcoming us in. Did I just kill, like, the two Hinakos in me? Did I just kill off the normal one that I've been playing in the real world? Is that what I just did? Because that's who Junko said to kill. If you don't kill her by the end of the day, I'll kill you myself. I think I'm marrying the fox, but I don't know which... Like, I don't... I think the other fox ladies are quite nice. Yeah, I think I'm marrying him. I think we're getting married. I love how I love like traditional stuff like this, how they present it, but to get handed over they had to turn it so that it sits a different way. Hinako, I don't know what I just set you up for. I'm so sorry, girly. Not really, but like we were here for the ride. I really want to play this again, but I have to edit. But I'm so confused. It almost like it looks like bird wings. We're turning. We're spinning. There are two trying to on you. One is insane. The other one is also insane. You are insane. There are two wolves inside of me. Okay. Okay, so what's that look like, girly? What is that? Am I being sacrificed? Because it was talking about the sacrifice earlier. Okay, I don't want the flowers blooming out of me. That's scary. Mr. Foxman, please save me from at least ooh, I don't like it. I don't like it very much. I think you should stop this. I don't like how it's making all the holes in my body like that. Hey, sir, my mask fell off. Ooh. Am I putting the mask back on? turned into a very bad... Yeah, you turned into a very bad time, Kodiak. I don't think I like this very much. Oh, okay, the flowers are off me now, except my face is very disgusting. You know, that's fine. So I turned into what I am, which is, you know, that's fine. Oh, I didn't like that. I kind of knew that was me by the end, but like, oh, I didn't like that. I took everything from me. Ooh, I don't like how my... Oh, okay, good, I didn't like how my body looked on the floor. Find happiness truly. I love how we never see Junko's face. Two wolves inside of me, one is gay and the other is gay. You are gay. I did not need that noise to intensify. That was an awful splooshing noise. Anyways, Kodiak, I hope you're well. I hope you're well. Hey, I have normal legs again. Oh. I'm the wolf in real life now. Wait, but like, so like... Chocolate. Why am I fighting myself? Why do I have two Hanakos in me? Why are there two Hanakos fighting in me? The town is beautiful. Ah! Yeah, you know, one could say that. One could say the town is quite beautiful. Marky Bot, oh, you know, I just trusted the fox man because he was like, here, follow me. And, you know, he cut off my arm and gave me a new arm. And then he stamped my back for me. And then he made the other fox ladies cut off my skin of my face and put on me a nice mask. He made me look all very nice and pretty because I trusted a man. Hey. What's that? Oh, it's that fucking doll. It's the fucking doll again. Is the doll sad? Don't go that way. I'm sorry, girly. I haven't been following your directions this entire time. Hey, so something's following me. I'm gonna go that way. I'm gonna immediately not go that way. There's a trinket over here. So that doll's been telling me not to go that way this entire time. Now I'm gonna go that way. Don't go that way? Oh, do I need to kill you guys? How do I press buttons again? Ow! Come here. Ow, I didn't do the big arm move. I didn't time it rightly. Dang it. Give me all your souls. Give me all your souls. Okay, Oh, so yeah, I might have fucked it up. Don't get in my way. So I killed off whatever other self was me. I don't think that was a good idea, but... Can I do a new game? What is... Still says that. Oh, this is my decision. Okay, I don't like that. What is my goal now? Wait, what am I return? Okay, we're returning home. Okay, we're just going home. La-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-da. Just making my way through my completely normal town. What's over here? Making my... Oh! Don't mind if I do. What am I praying for at this point? I have no freaking clue. Oh. Didn't listen to me. She listened to the fox guy. The fox guy had to cut her. Yeah. Rusty. Oh, Rusty. Oh, yeah. He didn't even cut off my arm. I cut off my own arm. Oh. What's she saying? You won't be able to see your father or mother anymore? I want to cry. I don't like this. This is making me less scared and more wanting to cry. Okay, I let that happen. I want to cry. I love horror games so much. Sicko mode. Because I don't like these guys. Bing, bong, boom. Yeah, I soul sniping you. Oh no. So I looked it up and Silent Hill isn't a punishment. No, Silent Hill is purgatory, correct? Sorry, it's dimming. I should go see my parents. Girlie, that doll just told me you'll never see your parents anymore. Oh. Hey, so I don't like the look of that, so I'm running away from that. Ooh. He dum-dum. Okay, yeah. I don't like those guys, so. He's trying to baseball bat them towards me. It's just something. Oh. It's just its own thing. Silent Hill said, we're just gonna be something. You won't be able to stay as you are now? Like, with the wolf form? Or like, what you mean by that? Frick your chicken strips. Hey, quite rude of you. Ding. 2 for 1! Give me all your souls. Give me all your souls. Give me all your souls. Who the frick is over there? Oh, it's one of those. I don't like to think that that man is behind me. So I'm gonna try to put him in front of me. Ouchie, my head for some reason. Some people say it's punishment, some say it's purgatory. I'm gonna teach a lesson. Well. Taking your soul. I hit him in the dick. Give me your soul. Why did you come here? That man's freaking huge. No, please no. Oh, ow, that hurt. Some it's just a town, and for others it's nightmare, kind of like this. Oh, good heavens! He's playing me like a fucking drum. Oh, good heavens. Do I have any of these? I do. Okay. Focus. Oh, I ran out of sanity. You know, I think that's what I get for never upgrading my sanity the entire fucking game. Sorry, girly. Hey, girly, is there anybody else here to fight? Oh, soul striping you? Oh, there we go. Sorry, girly. Anyway, oh look, the sun is shining. Would you look at that? Okay. I see it very much as like a whole thing of that. I mean, because purgatory can be just like a section to learn to figure out where you truly are going, either hell or heaven.
I'd say that man played you like a fiddle, but fiddles require talent, and he didn't need it. He played you like the cheap kazoo you are.
You're so right. He was cute, and I said, okay, sir. I think that's a fucking bold lie. But also, I don't think this is a lie seeing her parents, because I think she finally conformed to the normality of being a woman and just marrying off and becoming a proper woman and not a, like, tomboy that she was, of defying her parents and everything. He looks mad, though. She looks happy. I think I'm very tall.
ひなこや綺麗だよほらお父さん
I think he sees her for...
ここはもうお前の家ではない
He's crying. Why is he crying?
一人で帰ってきても敷居をまたげると思うな
Two arms! Two arms! Chinatown has 2 arms! Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I accept. Okay, so we're back here. I just got the achievement of I accept. Oh, this is normal Hinako. That was... I'm so confused. That's the most first smile. Yeah, just like, wow, look, she's so pretty. Yeah, it's 2 fucking fox arms. Help Shimizu Hinako, please. We're not fucking done yet. Even if you come alone. So she wasn't... Yeah, she's not welcome home anymore. I don't know if the big version... I don't know if the big version is her. Well, that's us. She just killed the... Oh, hey, we don't have a fox arm anymore. No point in turning back. Oh, okay. Making my way downtown. Scared as hell. Running fast. And I'm going to the shrine? Version is Vector? I think it is. Because, okay, Kodiak, there's 2 Hinakos. There's 2 Hinakos inside of Hinako. But I can't... This is all about arranged marriage and that women... The road twists and turns like I'm walking through my head. But I can't... There's like little droppings of lore everywhere, but I'm like, I can't find a final piece because I don't know how this ends. Silent Hill 2, I knew a lot of stuff about like what it was and subliminal messages because I'm like, okay, I know how the ending kind of is. I know kind of how it goes. This one, I have no fucking clue. Guessing maybe the fox dude and her merged or something. I know you came in right at the end. I think it's about arranged marriage. She was... I keep on wanting to say email. She was emailing a man. She was sending messages to a man talking about basically like... It seemed like a stranger. Like complete stranger she was talking to. Oh. Normal weapons here? You'll help me destroy it all, won't you? The fox is watching over her. This is where we first were the first time. 2 Chinatowns in Chinatown. Also, yes, Kodiak, if we ever say Chinatown, we mean Hanako. Doc's phone autocorrected Hanako to Chinatown, so it's Chinatown Shimizu. One is normal young woman, the other is the big faceless woman. Yeah. And then the other woman is her sister, which also makes sense because her sister married off. So her sister's telling her to, like, shut the fuck up, get married. Like, just fucking kill yourself, like, it's okay. Like, shut the fuck up. Just fucking be a normal society woman and get married and follow what your husband says. Damn, major hops. You asked for it? Yeah. There's 2 of you? That's 2. If only I had a kitchen knife. I could kitchen knife you. There. I have very little stamina. Okay. Ooh, hey, what's that? Oh, okay, divine water. Divine light. I have a lot of fucking medkits. Yeah, I don't use medkits a lot. Okay. Oh, Fiend! Hi, Fiend. Thank you for the follow. I hope you have gotten home safely or still getting home safely. Good heavens, where are we? Taking me and my... You made it back, friend? Yes, I did! I made it back. I made it back before the convention even ended yesterday. Just arrived at the airport? Okay, I hope you have a good flight then. Hopefully you have a safe flight home. You're in... Wait, how do I keep going up here? Oh, hey, Curly, I don't like these things. Let's get rid of this. Bandage. Hold on, I don't want this thing to be born. That sounds really bad. Hey, is my sickle about to break? Okay. Whoa. Hey, yo. This is unfair. Game looks so scary. Yeah! It's been really fun. It's Silent Hill, so there's a lot of fucked up messages in here. Isn't this the blue flame? I hope Sakugo's okay. I can't believe I had to kill her. I don't even know if she's actually dead. But I think it's very much like she got married off. Whoa! Please, don't touch me. Let me fix this, because this is the best weapon. Please don't jump on me because you're very scary. Bonk. Oh, fuck. No, he's just gonna lick me. I hate this guy. It does a decent amount of health. Okay. You know, we have a lot of medkits. Let's just use that. There was something... Oh. Just replace the medkit I just used. Sure, I guess that's fine. Red capsule. Okay. So, whoa, does she finally realize that the fox is kind of bad? I'm still so intrigued because like a lot of the stories felt like very like linear that I can't make my own decision type of thing. So I want to know how. Time to pray. I don't think the fox is bad, but I don't know. But the fox knows. I don't feel like saving. Do I have another ammo? No, I don't. Oh. Hey, so we're going into a boss fight. We are most definitely going into a boss fight. I am actually gonna get my sanity up. I will. Know what ending you're getting? You do. Which, like, doesn't really change anything. I'm just so curious to look up afterwards, like, how, which you might be able to explain some things, Doc, then. But, like, how do I get different things? Because, like, in Silent Hill 2, I know if you look at the picture of your wife a lot more, like, every, like, 30 minutes or so, I think it was 30 minutes or an hour, you have to look at the picture of your wife. That sounds so funny. You need to look at the picture of your wife in your pocket. Get you a different ending. But I'm like, in this, what is it? There's, like, some achievements about, like, not taking the red capsules, but I'm like, does that, change anything if I don't take any of them? Because you said there was 4 endings? Yeah, let's do this. Kitchen knife. Fucking love kitchen knife. This is where we drank the water and, like, cleansed ourselves, except it was fucking lava. It burned. She passed out. I'm normal Hinako, though, too, here. And not even, like, transformed Hinako. 5 endings? Okay, so there's 4 normal endings. I would really like to get the UFO ending, because I think that's really funny. I'm obviously not getting it here. I still need to work so fucking hard on Silent Hill 2 to get the fucking dog ending. Because I think that's so funny. She's literally, like, retracing her steps. This is definitely a lot about internal battles, about who... It feels a lot about society norms. Obviously more based upon Japanese society norms, which is okay. Some things are similar, especially like, I guess, old ways of thinking of like how marriage is supposed to be, whether it's arranged or not, like how the woman's image is supposed to be. Whoa. Whoa, bro. They loaded in funny. But some of it is very, like, society based on Japanese norms. Ooh, this is where we fought Rinko. I still have no remorse for Rinko. So sorry to Rinko. Seems like a nice gal, but would not. Oh, it's her sister. Still cling to life? Yes. Because fuck you. Dog ending for Silent Hill 2 remake is damn easy to get. I need to get it now. I forget which ending I got. Like, I know which one, but I don't know what it is in the list. Think? I don't know. Oh no, she's losing it. Oh my god, she's downing pills, bro. Is it really okay for you to take that much? Your sister may be bad, but I'm with her for that. Those are the pills from Shu, though. I wonder if those are the same pills that she was when she was talking to herself. She seems to be very out of it, but she did just down like 6 of those pills. I don't care if her sister's bad or not, but her saying like, is it really safe for you to take that amount of pills? Is so real. Silent Hill 2 ending to James? He did not. He walked out with the girl, with the little girl. So I just destroyed this altar with things. That's never a good sign. She's not wrong. This is what caused it all. Laura, the little girl. Not Maria. No, not Laura. Yeah. Little girl. Whoever the little tiny girl was. We left with her. You got that. Good. Oh. I think I just angered somebody. That's horrific, that noise. Hey, she only has one arm now. Okay, so I got the good ending, which I'll take that. Okay, we don't like Rinko though, but you know, fair. I guess she didn't deserve to die, but I don't think she deserves to be our friend. You're still gonna play the beast today? I don't think so. Bro, we're almost on 6 hours. I'm glad I did not try to finish this last week. We'd have done a 12-hour stream if I tried to. Hey, so she's really mad. She may not expressively show it, but I think she's... Whoa. Hey, this is slightly unfair. She has a really big arm, and we are a little tiny gal. Not Sakugo. Oh, okay. She does backhand slam. Okay, she spun. Ooh. She does a couple of attacks with some of the moves. Oh. I don't think this will take me too long to beat. Whoa. Soink scoops. No, I was switching my weapon. Kitchen knife. Get kitchen knifed. Is that all? No, girly. You don't never say that to a boss. You never say that to a boss. she's gonna bring out her other weapon. Hey, she planted a flower. Hey, girly, she planted a flower and I don't like that. Oh. Hey, so I think that flower patch moved. Oh, no, I didn't mean to accidentally hit attack. Now I'll attack you. I love the flowers, though. That's so pretty. I forget what the meaning of those flowers are, though. Whoa. Hey, bro, that's slightly unfair. That was a lot of flowers and little tentacles. Brado Komodo, apparently. Ooh. Which is why I'm like, this whole thing is definitely about arranged marriage. And toe. Oh. Needed to count. I'm just gonna keep on knifing her. Actually, take one of those. Whoa. Oh, yo, I don't like that. Flower? No, Sarah. She planted a trap. Well, it's a really pretty flower. Whoa. Oh, yo. Hey. Stop that. Hey. Hey, remember when you downed all those pills? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, she's fucking horrifying. That's a sick-ass move, though. Oh. She hurts a lot, dude. Is death and transition into afterlife? That, I mean, that would make sense. I don't know why I thought attack. Obviously, she's stronger than me. A fool of me to think I could attack her. Oh, hey, I need... Oh, what the f... Hey. That was really unfair of you. She fucking teleported? I didn't think I was playing an Elden Ring game. I'm bad at dodging, bro. Oh. She's doing this again. Okay. Wait, oh, dude, not okay. She did fucking juke my ass, bro. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Don't do that again. I don't have any weapon kits. Hey, ma'am. I'm running out of weapons, ma'am. And I don't have a sick-ass arm like I used to. Hey, what happened to the floor over here? Oh, don't do that. Hey! That hurt this a little bit. Ouchie! Myself to the side, like... Whoa! Dude, she got... Oh, hey. Does everything become... What if I just keep running? Oh, okay, so I can get out of the ring. Let me not just, like, die in there, then. Oh, hey, there's... Oh, that's really cool. Come here. I want to kitchen knife you. That's a bunch of Oh. A baseball bat. That one's almost dead. Oh, I need stamina. I need stamina. Sakugo, get your stamina. I didn't even notice that those are fox eyes specifically. At least some of them, because they're this slanted. Get kitchen knifed. Ouchie. I still hit her, but that shit fucking hurt. I'm gonna heal. Defeat the Shimoku without dying once. Did it without dying once. She's not the hardest, but she has a lot of moves, and she hits hard. I defeated the wedding dress. Fortnite mechanic. Fucking boss fight. You fucking dumbass. Hi, Fox. Welcome in. Boss enemies had health bars. I do too, but it adds to the stress. My metal pipe. Ooh, I don't like that noise. Oh, okay. That's why I don't like the noise. Let me out. Let me out. I understand the message. I'm running, girly. Escape from the dark shrine? Yeah. Escape from arranged marriage. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? Oh yeah, 'cause she was downing pills. I have 106. What's going on? Just picking up every single one of the pills. Don't like the bread trail. I don't like it either, but am I picking up every single one of them? Oh. I am picking up like every single one of them. Just gonna scoot my way around this way. Oh, I gotta pick up that one. Ow. I understand you. I care for you. Oh. That was the Foxman talking. Is my breadcrumb leading this way? Yes, it is. How many do I got? 124. Yes, we're going this way. That was Sakugo. Sorry, Sakugo. I really didn't want to leave you in the dark. Please stop. Oh, yeah, well, Rinko, you're kind of a bitch. I'm trying to pick up every single... Nope. Didn't think... Oh, my head hurt. He's letting you gullible ass? Yeah! What did I say about fucking me? Hey, I still stand by it. I was like, what if we just trust him? Oh, hey, look at all of these pills. I don't like the concept of the pills either. But the pills are what Shu has been giving us. Never trust a man. You're so right. Unfortunately, I trust a man. He was so pretty, though. I love how the hallway looks. Those pills are not good. Yeah, I don't think those pills... Hey, the pills are getting larger. The pills are getting larger. Wait. He's a minute pretty face and cheese and bread. Yeah, cheese and bread. Easy way to win my heart. Oh no. That's the cops. She had a psyche break. Her sanity. Hello? Hello? It's supposed to run! Fucking run, Echo! Oh. Oh, it's me again. Yeah, fair enough. Continues. I'll just go sip my coffee. What the fuck? She kept just saying our way. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Fox is the only one in chat just happy like, yay, yay! Trying to watch an explanation video. I've been waiting to fucking do that forever. I thought I was gonna finish this the last week, Kodiak. I didn't, so then I was like, fuck, I can't fucking watch this video. I want to know more about it. I want to play it again though, to like get different endings. Fox, I really liked this Silent Hill. This was really cool. I also really like it because I love the different, like, especially different cultures, like society, like norms and whatnot, because I studied a lot about like in Chinese art, a lot of like the different women standards as it changes through the years, so I love it. You know what you think happened? I've seen one image. Okay, I also saw, wait, for Fox, for you, I saw one image of the Foxman pregnant. He was pregnant and it was his belly and he's holding it, and then it's it's Hanako with a giant arm around holding his belly. So fucking funny. It's got all my friends. Just whenever they beat it, I love it. That fucking image, meh. But I see it definitely a lot about arranged marriage and her now realizing she doesn't want that. Which is the two Hanakos, the like her old self. I'm sorry to the doll. I didn't listen to the doll at all. But I can't, because even her sister saw TikTok. Mako with the arm beating a monster, and the Foxman just becomes the wife instead. Yes, Foxman cooking up everything, just cleaning, doing the dishes, and giving more of a choice to listen to the doll. Yeah, because like, of course, I will say I'm not gonna listen to the doll. I want to see what happens, but I would love a choice to listen to the doll. Because this definitely feels a lot of like the society norms of falling into the path of like arranged marriage and being a proper like woman and just listening to the husband. But also, oh, this is what we heard on the fucking thing. 2 male victims, same female suspect. Wedding massacre on the 8th. Victim is currently in cardiac arrest. Then found a knife used to suspect at the scene. Okay. Chances are good that it's a suspect possession. We better consider her armed. Metal pipe. Attention all departments. The HQ, the female suspect is in her 20s, wearing a wedding dress. She's a serial killer. Height is a little over 168. Shrine. Ooh. Believed to be armed and highly dangerous. She do got an arm. Extreme caution. I want to get the UFO ending so badly. This is the same unit we heard in the game. Subserving, consuming red and white pills. The pills! But that was given to us by Shu. And discovered at the wedding venue. We got a 5'3" female running around with a fucking metal pipe. I did the math wrong. She's either really short or tall as fuck. So she is going around killing men. Right? That's what I read, right? It also was at the wedding scene, so she killed her husband at that. I don't, she fucking snapped. At the ending, I can see like the complete psyche break of like just fitting into society norms, societal norms of like it definitely shows in the game that, like, even though she hates her parents because she hates how her father acts in the sense of, like, own up to being a shitty guy, and she hates her mom. I hate it because she says she hates her mom, but I know she loves her mom. It's just the hate of, like, why aren't you fucking standing up for yourself? Like, it's a lot of that, because even when they died, she was upset and devastated, but it's like, she loves them, but she hates them. Serial killer, she had a mental breakdown and straight up killed 2 guys at the wedding, potentially her groom and her shoe? She grew up, got into an arranged marriage, broke after taking too many pills and killed the wedding. Killed the wedding. Did kill the wedding. Going around killing. And our shit, that's just the way of the world. You have to like it. Especially her being in a small town. Whole thing, she was sold to pay. Yeah, we were right. That's what Doc was saying, and we were definitely right when it was the fisherman thing, and then he was saying he paid off his stuff, especially the one flashback when she was saying, don't sugarcoat it, like this is your fault, and whatnot. So yeah. That's so fucked up, and that's definitely like, especially why he was crying, I think at the end when she kills him, with like the fucking arms, he's crying, because like, he's fucked up, but it's the thing of like, yeah, fucked up. I hate Rinko. I hate Rinko. Sakugo deserves better. Poster was her name in it, yeah, and it says last seen with, like broken up of like she was last seen with somebody, so it's like, yeah. You know, at the time I knew which ending you were gonna get from when I looked up the endings. Fair. I think it's really cool. Because, like, I don't know, I think this is a cool theme. Women snap, bro. You only get the bad ending on the first playthrough, to be honest. Ooh. What ending did I get? I don't think this was a good ending. But, like, Shu was the one who originally, the mole one. This is it? Okay. I'm like, I don't think this is, anyway, is like, you did great. You had a psyche break and killed your arranged marriage. With the other ending? Yes, I do like the new game plus because I'm like, I don't want to have to go through all that Gamba again. I do love the fucking Sakugo. I went back to the mailbox and unlocked it. And it's just like, your child's normal. She just has slight autism. Just fucking treat her normal. Scared of the dark, it's okay. Sakugo is precious. I really like her. She really deserves better. Same with Shu. I have no hard feelings for Shu. Rinko? Fuck her all around. Do not like her. Say that you only get one ending during your first playthrough. I do like that. Because it makes sense. Because I'm like, how can I take anything differently in this? No traitor because you weren't... Oh, what? You went away against your will? Yeah. I did lock her in a dark room. That's why, like, Sakugo's whole, like, note in her diary when you were finding out more about her, hers was just self-conscious. She didn't want to lose anybody. She thought she was weird. And she thought that Hinako still would leave her too, which I thought was really sad. Gave you those pills, and those pills seem to be a catalyst to the break. You're not wrong. I still love Junko just like, hey, is it safe to take that amount of pills? Is that safe? No, it wasn't. We killed people. It's a really sad story. It really is, and I like that. I forget who I was talking to about horror games, but I'm like, man, a good horror game with like good story, I love that, because I love it, because it's fucked up stories, and I'm like, yeah, I like the happy stories, but like these fucked up stories happen. I love it. Yeah, even Evil Jung is just like, hey, yo, I don't know if this is good. It's just like, how are you alive? And it's like, wait, you should stop that. Don't do that. She get those pills? Shu was making pills. Oh, Shu was making pills, but because they did a lot of herbal medicine at the family. Yeah, his whole family was like very herbal medicine. Even his mom, not his mom, her mom was getting stomach medicine from them. So gonna give you a minor heads up for your new game place if you new game plus if you want. Yes, please. Isn't she a child? Why is he giving you untested pills? Well, it's just herbal medicine. It's not like it's like me taking drinking mint tea when my tummy's upset. Yeah, I would trust you. I still trust you. Things carried over to New Game Plus. Faith. Stat upgrades. Non-puzzle documents and journal information. Oh, I kind of like that. Certain key items. Yes, my Gamba. Oh, Namori, please. Yippee! I am excited. I probably will try to play a little bit of that tonight. Literally every other ending requires you not to take. That's crazy. But I did see that because there is an achievement of not necessarily taking the pills, but like not collecting the pills, not taking them and whatnot. Get the ending when you start. Ooh, I like that. Because like Silent Hill 2, I still need to go back to try to get different endings. But like I have no clue how to get those endings. I have somewhat of a clue now because when I played that when it came out, people were telling me and I was like, well, I'm not going to change how I do anything for this playthrough and we're just going to play through it and see what I get. But like that one I feel like is really hard. I like kind of knowing how to do it just so I fucking know. Oh, didn't take the red capsules? Yes, this is the one I want to do. Unpurified Sacred Sword. That's the one I want. I really want to do this one. And not even just like that one, but like just the specific, like I want to get the sword. Because I didn't find the sword this time, but I found the requirements for like where the sword, like the ancient tree and then the water to purify it. I do like that it says, didn't take the red capsule. I wonder which one this is. Listen to all UFO radio broadcasts. Found all 3 Great Space Invasion movie posters. Oh, that's really cute though. A UFO ending because their friendship is they're partners in the space invasion. That's really cute. That's a good ending. This is the real ending right here, the UFO one. Coming home to roast. Drown in the bottomless pit of self-doubt. Especially, like, not even just any arranged marriage. Like, it's fucked up to have an arranged marriage, but to have an arranged marriage by being sold off to pay off a loan is really fucked up. Like, that's gonna fuck you up. She came back and roasted people. Especially if she's in her early 20s, she got sold off as soon as she finished school, basically, and when she wanted to start a life. No longer can do that. I really wish we could listen to the doll. I still feel bad for the dolls. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Looking at me with the arm pointing, like, you're shitting me, right? Anyways, that did take a lot longer. Purified a soul or didn't obtain it. Obtain. No, what is that now? Obtain the unpurified soul. Purified the sword. I really want a sword. I need to figure out where to find the sword. I feel like. Okay. Where does evil junk go? There has to be good Junko, so part of me believes it's that. It's either that or like her kid self. I don't know. Why am I suddenly cleaning this? My Wave XLR is very dirty. Because that's evil Junko. Yeah, actually the doll is just Doc because everything Doc was saying was the doll. Doll is chat. Doll is just the chat. It almost feels like Shu though too. It feels like the good souls of like just telling you like no, like don't do this. I can't believe that doll was so disappointed in me. That doll was disappointed in me so much. Me too doll. Hey, the Foxman's cute though. Which I mean a lot of it makes sense. The Foxman never felt bad, but a lot of time it does give off the arranged marriage where he's just part of it too, but he's definitely not good. your inner self, your childhood. Yeah, I see that. That's why I'm like, I could see it being like a representation of like Shu and whatnot, but it's that childhoodness of like, hey, no, be you. Trust your own self, which is a lot of the stuff here too, of like conform, change yourself, and be this. But also, she was hiding letters. She was hiding letters and didn't want Shu to see it. Like, she hid all those letters. Me, when I freaked out when it was the one letter where it was like, for a letter from a man, it was like, thank you for the pressed flower. And then we got the letter with the pressed flower. I was like, oh, there it is. The pressed flower, that we said that. That was very funny. Part of it, he doesn't see it as wrong in a way. I hope not. But it also seemed like she really cared about Shu too. But then also Shu definitely liked her. But then I don't know. There's a lot of the groomer. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. With those fucking, especially him just saying like, yeah, it's time for you to like break free. Like you're just your name, little birdie. Those were so fucking suspicious. Reason people make thirst traps for serial killers? I don't care if they cut my friend. He's cute. He's kind of cute. But like, why did the Foxman? No, it makes sense. I was like, why did the Foxman not have to cut off his face? Because the man doesn't have to change, but the woman does. It's really fucking warm outside, bro. I'm gonna get off this page. New game, continue. I love this. The Resident Evil Village did it as well, where as you progress through the story, it changes the cover, and I love that. This I love more because it's the same image and it just slowly progresses to get worse. Resident Evil changes like the scenery and also fire. Zero sacrifices. A woman has to sacrifice her career, friends, family, everything. Yeah, she literally had to kill off her friends, kill off of her family, everything. Except Evil Junko. Evil Junko was like, hey, I'll be here. That's why I don't like the one monster that, I mean, I like it. It's fucking horrifying, but also I hate it because it produces more monsters. The one that definitely is a man and a woman on it, but then she has all the sores. And I'm like, that's definitely representation of just women having to like give kids, like birth all these kids. Like cut off her face to rid her of her identity. Yeah, no face. Except when it fell off and then we became even faceless, even more faceless, then we lost more of it. Yeah, that monster's fucked. Also fucked because I hated that shit. It's so messed up. That's why a lot of this stuff, I slowly was like locking in more to it. I'm like, oh. It's like, I'm like, oh, that's so well done, but also I don't like that now. I don't like that. I could say good things about Rinko, about her being like, you hurt Shu because he liked you and then you left him, but also she's just like, hey, so since Hanako's like dead now, you wanna go out? So fuck her. Rinko is just actually a popular kid bitch. I have no good words about Rinko. None. But Chinatown, I thought you said I was the only person you understand. Literally. It's so fucked. I love that though. Dude, I love Silent Hill. I love Silent Hill. I'm hoping I can get in contact with one of the guys I talked to this weekend to get other stuff. He was genuinely such a sweetheart. I can't put this card under that. But like, damn. Very jealousy person because she saw how much she liked Hinako, but got jealous that Hinako was just married to some guy. Hinako just gets the whole bunch of dudes. Yeah. She also, a lot of like Rinko's like letters too just seem to be mistreating like the entire like class, like just everybody. She is such a she puts herself highly, so much higher than everybody else. So that's why I don't really like Rinko. The jealousy and whatnot, I get. She sees more of like, she probably does like Shu and wants Shu to like her, but she's also upset at Hinako because she hurt Shu. But she was kind of a bitch. Sakugo, however, deserves lots of candy, lots of treats, and lots of lights. Lots of night lights for Sukaku. What the frick is that? Sakugo. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't be allowed to speak. I should finish my coffee. Anyways, rating for this game, 10 out of 10. We'll play again because I want to get the purified sword and everything. Also the UFO ending. I just need to find, I don't know if I listened to any of the UFOs. I found some of the covers for Space Invasion, but not the other stuff. I'm gonna close out this game now. Unlurk. Oh, hey, Quiet. Welcome. We beat it. It was fucked up. I'm gonna see who we can raid into. Oh, let me go here. What music was I on? Oh. We'll do a little hero. Do 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 do. I'll turn it to like that. I was watching in the shadows. That shit was crazy. I knew it was very fucked up. I just got a gifted sub to a random fucking person. I don't know who they are. We'll go see. Creator dashboard, stream manager. At the beginning, I didn't know where the story was gonna go, but it hit a certain point, especially about Junko being married off and then seeing certain stuff, especially once we started to get the Foxman knowledge. I'm like, I see where this is going, but I'm not changing my path at all. She's at over 20. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Like, it's been a long weekend. I think we'll go to a friend. I should go to some newer people. But what's that game? Oh, I can send us to Lua, maybe. What do you think I meant for today? I knew what you meant by episodes. It was either gonna be, it's definitely not hours like left, but like that's days. Jesus live. We got oh, Dish is playing Little Nightmares. Oh, I love Bribon. I would love to meet her. Oh my god, my friend is live. Oh, I miss him. He's in Florida right now. Raccoon playing Stardew Valley? That looks like a fucking lie. The thumbnail is fucking Dead by Daylight. 61 hours left. That's crazy. Is he actually playing Stardew Valley? He's playing fucking Dead by Daylight. What a fucking liar. Same category. Let's see who's playing Hill F. Yeah, that. Ooh, new game plus. Oh, partner push. I like seeing people doing the partner push. I'm sorry, there's somebody's channel named Meg's Boring Life, but she has Luna Crunchy Cat as her image with headphones, and it's really fucking cute. Do 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 boom 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 boom. I really want to get the bunny uniform because I think that'd be really fucking funny. Oh my god, the bunny uniform literally has a fucking tail. That's so cute. Do, 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 do. Boop, boop. I think we'll just go to, I actually don't know. Now I'm indecisive. Do, 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 do. Do. Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Crazy. We gotta go to somebody. There's somebody I'm following that is live that I had met. Probably because everybody's still going home and traveling. Attack. Attack. Clock. It's my... I said clock, but that definitely sounds like cock. It's freaking crazy. Okay. Do, do, do. Dude, this is so hard to figure out who to raid to. It's like I want to go to somebody new, completely fine, but like since I haven't I don't know if people... I don't know. Love y'all. Be safe, Doc. I will see you on Wednesday. I forgot what day was Wednesday, so I was trying to decipher in my brain. I think I'm just gonna send y'all to... they're just watching that. Doc. Okay. Unless Sarah decides to not stream because she hates us. I love you guys, actually. Actually, you're incorrect. I love you guys. Oh, who else was live? Wait, where was my other choices? Oh, where are my other choices? Can go there. I don't know who to go to, bro. Should we just end today? Should we just end it? Just like Sakugo. Sit in the dark. Send you guys to the void, just like we did to Sakugo. We'll just end stream today, though. I won't think too much of it. We've added 4 minutes. Okay. We will just end stream today, then. I love you all. Thank you for joining. This is a really cool song. What song was this? Well, we don't want sad songs, so we're going to put up Butterfly. Thank you! Thank you for joining. I did not think it was going to take this long to beat this game. But I have no regrets. It was very fun. Love the ending. I'm going to play it again. I'm going to get to editing, though, because I need to edit one more repo TikTok so I can have one maybe by tomorrow. I don't know if I can cook that fast, so we'll see. But other than that, I'm going to say, I have to reach over. I'm going to say bye-bye from here. I love you all. I miss you all. It was so nice to actually be back and just relax. Since I was gone all weekend. Now I got to look at the 20 text messages on my phone. But I love you all. Please enjoy the rest of your day. I will see you all on Wednesday. We have Outlast Trials on Wednesday. So I'm very excited. But other than that, please take care. I love you all, and bye-bye.